All right, you guys, or if you're just joining us, we're just waiting for the president to come out right now. This is at the Smithsonian in Washington, where they are going to unveil the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us. We're just waiting for the president to come out. Security is supposed to be extra tight today and tomorrow because tomorrow's the grand opening of this museum where thousands of visitors are going to be visiting and coming into Washington to see the Smithsonian's new National Museum of African American History and Culture. This has been really long awaited. It's going to trace the history of African Americans from slavery to today, and thousands of people are going to be attending. Also attending will be former President George W. Bush and his wife Laura, and of course the First Lady will be joining President Obama tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, please silence your cell phones. The program will begin momentarily.
Again, you guys, if you're just joining us, we're just waiting for the president to come out here to speak at the Smithsonian National Museum in Washington. They're unveiling a new part of the museum here. It's the Museum of African American History and Culture. Now, this is a big deal to the president because, of course, he was the nation's first black president, but he also has been with the Smithsonian, worked like, he attended the museum's groundbreaking. So he's been with them the whole time they've been working on this, I should say. And they started working on this in February of 2012. So today he finally gets to deliver remarks at the opening ceremony, which kicks off here in just a few moments.
Okay, John. I use this as my fill. They ordered that I only fill a smaller container. Wow. So it has never, I've never liked it. one dollar is
Hopefully he comes out soon, because we've got a lot of events happening today, you guys. Tim Kaine was speaking earlier, and as you know, Hillary Clinton and President Obama are getting ready for the debate on Monday. That is going to be a huge show. You guys should really join us, because we're going to stream that debate. We're going to be talking to a few people here on the show. It's going to be really exciting. Looks like somebody was standing in front of the camera for a second. Sorry about that, guys. Again, let me tell you just a little bit more about this. This is at the Smithsonian. They're going to unveil the National Museum of African American History and Culture. It's going to trace the history of African Americans from slavery all the way up until today. Thousands of people have already attended the preview tours of the museum. There was an open house on September 17th that only allowed charter members and donors to come. President Obama toured the museum last Wednesday, and so now he's really excited to be here today to deliver remarks on it and let people know what it's really like. And then tomorrow, thousands of people are going to be attending. If you can't get in, you can even watch it from a jumbotron there in Washington. It's going to be really, really high security. Federal and local law enforcement agencies are stepping up security for tomorrow's ceremony, including closing the streets and screening the visitors. They're even encouraging people to take the bus to the event because they're closing so many streets down. They really want it to be a safe event. They said the less stuff you bring, the faster you'll get through security and make it through all those checkpoints. Staffers were actually just putting the final touches on the museum last week, so this is a fresh, brand new museum there at the Smithsonian. The biggest challenge, though, for them is going to be maintaining the crowds tomorrow that are going to be coming. The most recent ceremony at the Smithsonian that was like this was in 2004, and that was for the National Museum of the American Indian, and that was in 2004. So now, fast forward to 2016, we're now doing the National Museum of African American History and Culture. They started making this in 2012, and they're just now unveiling it today. They approved this project in 2003, actually, but they had to raise money, hire staff, build a collection, so it takes a lot of time. So now, today, the museum that they're just about to unveil has more than 40,000 artifacts and items. President Bush is going to be there tomorrow for the opening ceremony as well. So today it's a small opening ceremony, and then tomorrow is the grand opening where people can come. Again, I'm also reading your comments right now. We appreciate you guys watching with us. Yes, I just saw a comment. Looks like the president's coming out. Let me turn the volume up.
I've never got a chance to say this. Welcome to the White House. I just want to thank President and Mrs. Obama for having us here at the White House to celebrate what I think is something that we'll all remember. The chance to finally create on the National Mall a museum that'll help us all remember the rich history of the African American community. And I want to thank all of you because you've given a gift to America. And I want to thank you so much for your support.
Well, welcome everybody. This is an exceptionally good-looking group. And there are just so many friends here that it feels like one of our house parties. But there's no dancing this afternoon. We're here just to acknowledge what an extraordinary achievement has been accomplished by Mr. Lonnie Bunch. And everybody who helped make this day possible. Now, I want to just talk about Lonnie for a second. When Lonnie first came here from Chicago to start work on this museum a decade ago, he could not even find somebody to give him a key to his office. Nobody had heard of this museum. And now you cannot miss it. A breathtaking new building right in the heart of the National Mall. And that is what we call progress. It could not have been done without the persistence, the wisdom, the dedication, the savvy, the ability to make people feel guilty, the begging, the deal making, and just the general street smarts of Lonnie and his entire team. So please give him a big round of applause for all the work that he has done. But of course, this is also about more than Lonnie. This is about people who, for more than a century, advocated and organized and raised funds and donated artifacts so that the story of the African American experience could take its rightful place in our national memory. It's a story that is full of tragedy and setbacks, but also great joy and great victories. And it is a story that is not just part of the past, but it is alive and well today in every corner of America. And that's certainly true today in this house, a house that was built by slaves. Now, I can't name everybody that is here, but I'm going to have to give you a little bit of a taste. This room is like a living museum of its own. Right now, Madame Toussaint would be very jealous. We've got icons of the entertainment industry like Quincy Jones and Dick Gregory and Felicia Rashad. We've got the first black woman in space, Mae Jemison. And we have the woman who owns the universe, Oprah Winfrey. We've got those drum majors for justice, like John Lewis and Andrew Young and C.T. Vivian and Jesse Jackson. And we've got the next generation of warriors for justice, like Brittany Packnett and DeRay McKesson. We've got personal heroes of mine like Harry Belafonte, who still is the best looking man in the room at 90-something years old. I'm just telling the truth. So this is an extraordinary group. But the thing about this museum is that it's more about, it's more than just telling stories about the famous. It's not just about the icons. There's plenty of space for Harriet Tubman and Dr. King and Muhammad Ali, but what makes the museum so powerful and so visceral is that it's the story of all of us. the folks whose names you never heard of, but whose contributions, day after day, decade after decade, combined to push us forward and the entire nation forward. It's the maids who decided, you know what, I'm tired of segregation and I'm going to walk for my freedom. It's the porters who not only worked tirelessly to support their families, but ultimately helped bring about the organization that led to better working conditions for all Americans here in the United States. It's about our moms and grandparents and uncles and aunts who just did the right thing and raised great families despite assaults on their dignity on every single day. You see it in the dignity of the artifacts that are in the museum, the dignity of an enslaved family, what it must have been like to try to live in that tiny cabin. Those slaves who dared to marry, even though it was illegal for them to do so. Folks who were forced to sit in the back of a train but went about their business anyway and tried to instill in their children a sense that this isn't who we are, and there's going to be more someday. You see it in the men and the women who rushed to the war fronts to secure all of our freedom, understanding that when they came home, they might not yet be free. The students who walked past angry crowds to integrate our schools. The families huddling around a Bible to steel their faith for the challenges ahead. That quiet, determined dignity and hope. Everybody here has somebody in mind when we think of those kinds of folks who couldn't make it to this room, but whose stories are our stories, and whose stories are represented at this museum. It might be an ancestor who ran to freedom, or an aunt or uncle who pushed back against Jim Crow, or a friend who marched or sat in, or it might be young people who are organizing against cynicism today. But the point is that all of us cannot forget that the only reason that we're standing here is because somebody somewhere stood up for us. Stood up when it was risky, stood up when it was not popular, and somehow, standing up together, managed to change the world. You know, the timing of this is fascinating. Because in so many ways, it is the best of times. But in many ways, these are also troubled times.
Yes, yes it is. Yes.
History doesn't always move in a straight line.
That's right.
And without vigilance, we can go backwards as well as forwards. And so part of the reason that I'm so happy the museum is opening this weekend is because it allows all of us as Americans to put our current circumstances in a historical context. My hope is that as people are seeing what's happened in Tulsa or Charlotte on television, and perhaps are less familiar with not only the history of the African American experience, but also how recent some of these challenges have been, upon visiting the museum, may step back and say, I understand. I sympathize. I empathize. I can see why folks might feel angry, and I want to be part of the solution as opposed to resisting change. My hope is that black folks watching those same images on television and then seeing the history represented in this museum can say to themselves, the struggles we're going through today are connected to the past, and yet all that progress we've made tells me that I cannot and will not sink into despair. Because if we join hands, and if we do things right, if we maintain our dignity, and we continue to appeal to the better angels of this nation, progress will be made. I was telling Michelle, many of you know I get 10 letters a day from constituents. And it's a great way for me to keep a pulse on how folks other than the pundits on cable TV are thinking. And I know it's a representative group because sometimes people say, Mr. President, we just love you, and we especially love Michelle. And you're doing such a great job, and thank you. And then there are others who write and say, Mr. President, you're an idiot, and you've ruined this country. And so I know I'm getting a real sampling of American public opinion. Last night, as I was reading through my letters, I'd say about half of them said, Mr. President, why are you always against police? And why aren't you doing enough to deal with these rioters and the violence? And then the other half were with some black folks said, Mr. President, why aren't you doing something about the police? And when are we actually going to get justice? And I understand the nature of that argument because this is a dialogue we've been having for 400 years. And the fact of the matter is that one of the challenges we have in generating a constructive discussion about how to solve these problems is because what people see on television and what they hear on the radio is bereft of context and ignores history. Yes. And so people are just responding as if none of what's represented in this museum ever happened. And that's true for all of us, not just some of us. And so when I imagine children, white, black, Latino, Asian, Native American, wandering through that museum and sitting at that lunch counter and imagining what it would be like to standing on that auction block and then also looking at Shaq's shoes. And Chuck Berry's red Cadillac. My hope is that this complicated, difficult, sometimes harrowing, but I believe ultimately triumphant story will help us talk to each other. And more important, listen to each other. And even more important, see each other. And recognize the common humanity that makes America what it is. So, that's a lot of weight to put on one institution. But
You can do it.
Michelle and I, having taken Michelle's mom and our daughters to see it, we feel confident that it will not just meet expectations, but far exceed them. And it would not have happened without all of you. So you should be very, very proud. Congratulations. God bless. God bless America. Thank you.
All right, you guys. Well, it looks like that is the end of the unveiling of the museum at the Smithsonian. I want to take you now to Charlotte, North Carolina, where community leaders are discussing the recent protests and, of course, the death of Keith Lamont Scott. Let me take you there. Bear with us here for a second, you guys. I'm going to try and get some sound on that video. All right, you guys, we apologize. It looks like we do not have audio on this video right now, but we'll take you back there as soon as we get that fixed. In the meantime, I want to show you a Tim Kaine rally from earlier today while we wait for the sound to be fixed on this. All right, you guys, actually, we're going to take you to a school bus accident in Crosby, Texas, live right now. Again, if you guys are just joining us, look at that. School bus completely turned over. This is a live stream right now from a chopper there in Crosby, Texas. I'm going to try and find you guys the latest information. Again, we're not really sure how this happened, but you're looking at live aerials right now in Crosby, Texas, where a school bus has crashed. I mean, you can see it's completely overturned. We're not sure if children were inside. I am looking on Twitter right now for you guys to see. So it looks like at least 7 students have been transported to the hospital after this school bus flipped over in Texas. Again, these are live aerials right now you're seeing there.
And I'm John Hood. The last of the Valley landmark is auctioned off.
Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us. This is the Fox News Now stream, and take a look at that school bus. It's completely flipped over. Here's what we know. The bus flipped over on a road in Crosby, Texas, and several students have been injured. Emergency officials rushed to the scene and transported those students to local hospitals. Most of the students we know right now have non-life-threatening injuries. At least 7 have been taken to the hospital. Now, if you're wondering where Crosby is, that's near Houston there in Texas. We'll keep you guys updated as we find out more information. Looks like the students were originally trapped in that school bus. Obviously, as you can see, it's overturned to be hard to get out. Especially if the door was on the other side, they might have had to get out of the back. Again, this is in Crosby, which is right near Houston there in Texas. Multiple children were trapped. At least 7 were taken to the hospital. Again, there's not much sound on this video because this is live aerials from a chopper, but I'm going to stick with you guys and let you know the latest information. I'm also reading your comments. Looks like a straight road. I can't imagine what would make this bus flip over like that, but it could be very dangerous. As you guys know, I don't believe there's seatbelts on those big school buses. Let me look that up. At least from what I remember when I rode the bus, there weren't seatbelts. The seats were just really big and you sat with a buddy. School buses are known to be the safest method of transportation It's 16 times safer than traveling in a family car. Safety experts, including the Canada Safety Council, do not believe seatbelts on school buses would improve safety. Which is interesting because if your bus flips over, you flip over with it. I mean, if you had a seatbelt on, I guess you'd be dangling there, but that's still a lot safer than flipping over and hitting a window. Again, 7 students there have been taken to the hospital. This is in Crosby, Texas, which is right near Houston. Let me turn up the sound, see if we can hear anything. I don't think we can, but let me just check. Yeah, all that is that you can hear is just the chopper. So these are live aerials from the chopper right now. We've got 3 feeds on this right now, actually. In Crosby, Texas, where a school bus just flipped over there. Let me see. It's about 4:18 there in Texas, which means they were probably just coming home from school. Maybe aftercare, since usually school gets out around 2:30. But again, those big yellow school buses typically don't have seatbelts on them. So when that bus flipped over, I can imagine it was very uncomfortable for those kids. Again, I'm reading your comments on the air right now. Glenna said other media reports that children were trapped on the bus were incorrect. I'm not sure what they mean by trapped. I mean, maybe, it flipped over and the door to get out, how it's on the right side, they probably couldn't get out. But I believe, there's that back door on the bus that kids can get out of. They probably just didn't know what to do when it first flipped over. Again, I just Googled for you guys real quick, are there seatbelts on school buses? Because I remember there weren't. And the answer that Google gives you is school buses have a great safety record. It's 16 times safer than traveling in a family car. Safety experts, including the Canada Safety Council, don't believe seatbelts on school buses would improve safety. So I'm assuming, as normal school buses, there were no seatbelts. The kids probably got jolted as it flipped over. Again, at least 7 students have been taken to the hospital. I can't imagine what the parents are thinking. They must be really worried for their kids right now. Caleb says school buses don't have seatbelts. Yeah, that's what I figured. I mean, I remember being on the bus when I was little and remembering that there were no seatbelts, which kind of always made me feel uneasy, even though the seats are really big and you're on a big, safe school bus. It kind of used to make me feel uneasy not having a seatbelt. Again, these are some vehicles that are just pulling through here. You can see a lot of police vehicles and emergency vehicles. Someone asked, why is the bus in a ditch? We're not sure what exactly happened yet. I'm looking on Twitter here. Again, now I'm seeing that there might be 11 people that were injured, including the driver. The bus flipped over. And seeing some reports that some children were trapped inside. Now I'm seeing some that maybe there's no one in there that's trapped anymore. They might have gotten out all the kids. This is near Houston, Texas, northeast Harris County, or as they call it, Crosby area. Students were being airlifted to the hospital after the school bus flipped over in Texas. Several students were trapped. Not sure though why, I mean, it's a straight road. I'm not sure why the bus just flipped over like that. I'm refreshing the articles that I'm seeing here, though. I'm getting information as I'm watching this with you guys, so I'm going to let you know as soon as I find out what exactly happened here. That would be terrifying. You already don't have a seatbelt. The bus flips over. Can you imagine what the parents are thinking right now? They say at this point, 11 people have been injured, including the driver. Now, you know, a big bus like that can be pretty hard to control if something happens. Again, you guys are watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream from a chopper. And I am also reading your comments right now. Someone asked, don't buses have security cameras? What a good question. If they do, I guess we'll find out. I'm not sure they do, though. Barbie asks, where are they? Barbie, this is in Houston, Texas, more specifically the Crosby area. The Houston police are on the scene there of this school bus crash near Crosby. The crash happened around 3:30 today. Again, this is live right now. This is being called Harris County. Not sure if the chopper is just trying to get a different view or if he's leaving. We'll stay on this for as long as we can, guys. Spy Waffle says that was there was a link posted in there about a high school student. That's a different story. This is live happening right now. This was a school bus that flipped over. We can't confirm that anyone has died. Right now it just sounds like non-life-threatening injuries, so we don't believe that anyone has died in this crash. The driver was also injured as well. Darius says it's Crosby, Texas. It's near Humble, Texas, which is about 45 minutes away from Houston. Thank you, Darius. I wasn't sure exactly where Crosby was. But I did know that it was being called Harris County. It looks like, if you see, yeah, it looks like there's two buses. There's one a little bit up the road and then one that's flipped over. And you know how a lot of buses travel in pairs, so maybe that's all that's about. Again, these are live aerials of Crosby, Texas right now, where a school bus flipped over and several children have been taken to the hospital. Right now, all we're hearing is that it's non-life-threatening injuries. They say the driver has been injured as well. We're not sure why that school bus flipped over. I am just getting the latest information. what I'm reading right now is that at least 11 people, including the driver, have been taken to the hospital. Glenna says Crosby is about halfway between downtown Houston and Dayton, Texas. Thank you, Glenna. Barbie said, what happened? Again, these are live aerials of Crosby, Texas, where a school bus flipped over and several students and the bus driver have been taken to the hospital. It looks like emergency vehicles are out there right now trying to figure out what happened, making sure that all the kids are safe. I was reading earlier that a lot of the children in there were trapped in the school bus. But again, I think that just means they couldn't get out the front door, obviously. So they probably had to be taken out the back or figure out a different way to get them off that school bus. Someone commented maybe a blown tire. Hey, that could be it, because again, you can see this is a straight road. I can't imagine what would make them flip over. So yeah, maybe it was a tire issue. Again, school buses are one of the safest ways to travel, at least from what I read online, and that they found it unnecessary to put seatbelts on school buses because they're so safe. Someone commented, I wonder why school buses don't have seatbelts. Well, I just Googled that, and they said that riding in a school bus is 16 times more safe than a family car. But even so, you think that, I mean, at least for me, when I was riding in a school bus growing up, I would have preferred to have a seatbelt. But again, it's typically safe to ride in a school bus. This doesn't usually happen. Someone commented, no matter how safe it is, generally you stop suddenly or crash, you're gonna go flying without a seatbelt. Yep, you're right. So hopefully the kids are okay. What I'm reading is that the injuries are non-life-threatening. Again, if you're just joining us, these are live aerials in Crosby, Texas right now, where a school bus flipped over and several students were airlifted to the hospital, including the driver. Again, you can see all those emergency officials and police officers out there. It looks like that's a stretcher. If you can see right next to the ambulance there, it looks like someone might be in a stretcher. Maybe some of those people are parents too. Maybe they found out where the bus crashed and they drove there right away. I mean, I can't imagine what the parents would be thinking right now if their son or daughter's school bus flipped over. Again, it's about 4:30 there in Texas right now. Must have been taking him home from school, and again, you can see another school bus there. It must have been following them, although it's in the opposite direction, so I can't be certain. Again, there's some media out there right now. Looks like maybe some parents, some police officers, some emergency crews. I'm also reading your comments right now as we watch this together on the Fox News Now stream. Can you imagine what the parents are thinking, though? I'm sure they're not happy right now. Looks like somebody's being taken into a stretcher in that ambulance. Let's see if we can get a closer look. That looks like it could be a kid. Let me know what you guys think. And his friend standing next to him. Maybe his friend will get in the ambulance with him. So it looks like these could be high school students. Oh, that's good. What a good friend. Oh, see, both of their friends got in that ambulance with him. Those are some good friends there. Obviously worried for their friend that's in a stretcher. They went in. They're going to sit next to him as they take him to the hospital. I thought it was an elementary bus, but it looks like those kids were high school students, unless those are 8th graders. But to me, those look like high school students. Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are live aerials in Crosby, Texas right now, where a school bus flipped over and several students were injured. Again, look, this is the second school bus. You can see people getting off of it. We're not exactly sure why that school bus flipped over at this point, but we do know that several students were airlifted to the hospital. The driver was also injured. Right now, what I'm getting is that the students have non-life-threatening injuries. So I want to repeat that the injuries are non-life-threatening at this point. As you could see, the boy that was being taken in on the stretcher, he looked, at least from what we can see, he looked okay. We can't be sure right now, but it was very nice to see his friends go in the ambulance with him. Michael asks, do you think tonight will be crazy in Charlotte? We don't know. Last night was the third night of protests. We're not sure if they'll protest again tonight, but we stream those protests live as they happen every night. Again, if you guys were watching with us last night, we streamed for about 4 hours until that protest ended. But right now what you're seeing is this school bus flipped over here in Crosby, Texas. Looks like another school bus was coming in the opposite direction. As you can see, that bus that flipped over is facing the other way, and then the second school bus you see there is facing, obviously, the opposite direction. So I'm not really sure if they spun around, I'm not exactly sure why this bus flipped over yet. Again, just to let you guys know the latest information again, several students were injured today when the school bus there in Crosby, Texas crashed on FM 1492 near Bohemian Hall. If you guys are in Texas, maybe you know where that is. Right now, none of the injuries are life-threatening. Reports are that there were 42 people on board and 11 were taken to the hospital. The county sheriff said, "We understand it was bumps and bruises, but we want to get them to the hospital to make sure they're okay." The bus driver told police she was attempting to avoid another vehicle and lost control. Deline says, I used to live in that area, rural area, but not an area prone to having crashes. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like an area prone to having crashes. It's a pretty straight road there. Not sure where that other vehicle is. I mean, there's a lot of cars out there right now, as you can see, most of them emergency vehicles, but maybe one of those cars that we're looking at right now is one of the vehicles that was involved in that crash. Look at that bus. It's completely flipped over there, and it looks, you know, like a ditch there off the side of the road. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is live aerials right now of Crosby, Texas. Several students were injured today after the bus crashed. There were reports of 42 people on board and 11 were taken to the hospital. The county sheriff there says that they understand it is probably just bumps and bruises on the kids, but they want to get them to the hospital just to make sure they're okay. Again, this all happened because the bus driver said that she was attempting to avoid another vehicle and lost control. Even though it's a straight road, it does look like a pretty narrow road. You know, maybe the vehicle was coming at her pretty fast and wasn't staying on their side of the lane. We're not exactly sure why yet she had to avoid that vehicle. Someone commented, I wonder if someone was pulling out of their driveway. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe someone was pulling out of one of these side streets here and they pulled out maybe a little too fast or something, and then she swerved, and maybe that's why she flipped over. We don't know for sure yet. I can't confirm anything, but that is a solid guess. Luckily, though, the injuries are non-life-threatening. Hopefully that bus driver and the kids are all okay, but they're going to stay there. I mean, I'm sure that they are making sure that the scene, I mean, they're probably there investigating what happened. Again, the latest information that I have is that several students were injured Friday afternoon when the school bus they were riding crashed on a street there in Crosby, Texas. None of the injuries are life-threatening at this point. It's been reported that 42 people were on board and 11 were taken to area hospitals. The county sheriff there said they understand it might just be bumps and bruises on the kids, but they want to make sure that they're taken to the hospital and that they're okay. The bus driver told police that she was attempting to avoid another car and lost control. Someone asked, were they on their way home or on their way to school? I'm assuming they were on their way home because it's about 4:40 there in Texas right now, so maybe school got out at 4 o'clock, 3:30. I mean, we don't know how long this live, we just took this live feed. This might have happened at, 3 o'clock. Because generally you get out of school at like 2:30 from what I remember. So they were being taken home, I want to say. Again, all the information I do know right now, though, is there were about 42 students on board. 11 have been taken to the hospital, including the bus driver. She told police that she was swerving to get out of the way of another vehicle. Looks like the other bus is leaving right now. It looks like it's trying to leave. Again, if you live in the Texas area, or if you know anyone that lives in that area, is this road typically dangerous, or is it, I mean, because to me it looks like a pretty straight, easy road, but here you can see the other school bus has left the scene. They were probably just following the other bus. You know how, usually school buses travel in pairs. They might take us out of this feed soon, guys, because obviously one of the other buses has left, and it looks like they're just cleaning up the scene there, and those students have been taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Someone commented, is Fox 10 Phoenix a Fox affiliate based in Phoenix? You cover things all over the country. I've not seen a regional news station do that. Good question. Well, this is the Fox News Now stream. We are based in Phoenix. We do have this, brand new original show where we can stream live events from all over the country for you guys. And it's called the Fox News Now stream. So if you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you can see live video from all over the country like this, Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Last night we were streaming all of the protests in Charlotte, and right now we're streaming a school bus crash in Texas. So you never know what you're going to get, but we try to stream you guys the most relevant, most active events happening around the country. Looks like the helicopter went back to the scene so we can see. Maybe we'll be able to see how they get the bus back on its wheels. Maybe they're gonna, that looks like a tow truck there. Are you a parent though? If you're watching, I want to know, what would you be thinking? What would be going through your mind right now? What would you do if this was your kid? If you heard that the school bus flipped over, would you go to the scene right away? Would you go to the hospital? What would you do if this was your kid on the school bus? And again, just to remind you guys, non-life-threatening injuries. Hopefully all the kids are okay. Michael says he'd go straight to the hospital. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if they call and they say, hey, your kid has been taken to the hospital, that's the first thing you do, would be go straight to the hospital to make sure that your kid is okay and give them a safe ride home. Daryl says, I'm guessing speed was a big factor. Yeah, Daryl, you're right. We're not sure what the other vehicle was doing that made her swerve out of the way, but the bus ended up flipping over. Another person commented, it would depend on how fast the school notified me, otherwise I'd head for the crash site. Yeah, if you didn't know exactly what happened, but you just heard the bus crashed, maybe you'd head straight there, because it did look like there were some parents out there earlier. Looks like we might be able to see how the bus is going to get taken out of this ditch here. Another person just commented, maybe a tire blew out. Yeah, that's what someone said earlier. That could be a very good explanation. But again, this is the latest information of what I know. Several students were injured today when the bus they were riding crashed there in Crosby, Texas. Reports are that there were 42 people on board and 11 were taken to the hospital. The driver told police she was attempting to avoid another vehicle and lost control. So she didn't say that her tire blew out, But again, we're not sure why she was avoiding the other vehicle. Maybe that they were coming out of the driveway. Maybe they were taking up her side of the road. We're not sure, but that is what she's told police. Again, the Harris County Sheriff said, quote, "We understand it was bumps and bruises, but we wanted to get them to the hospital to make sure they're okay," end quote. So that's good. Maybe they're just bumps and bruises, and hopefully all the kids are okay. Charmaine says, "If it was my kid, I'd be crying and going mad." Yeah, I know a lot of friends' moms, and even my mom would probably be extremely upset after getting a call like that. But luckily, the injuries are non-life-threatening, but I can't imagine what would be going through the parent's mind right now, getting that call, you know, when you expect your kid home from school and you hear the bus flipped over. That's the worst thing that you could think of. And I wonder if they'll want to send their kid on the bus again after this. But some parents don't have a choice. You know, some parents work late, and this is the only option. Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us, and I'm reading all of your comments right now. This is the Fox News Now stream, and we can stream live events from all over the U.S., and this one is in Crosby, Texas. A school bus flipped over there. 11 people were taken to the hospital, including the bus driver, who says that she was trying to avoid another vehicle on the road and lost control of the bus. The kids have non-life-threatening injuries, just some cuts and bruises. Or I shouldn't say cuts, bumps and bruises is what the sheriff said. Okay, so if you guys are watching, it looks like they were able to get the bus flipped back up on its wheels. Oh, looks like... All right, you guys, sorry about that. Looks like we did lose the feed. I was kind of wondering what was going on there for a second, but it looks like we did lose the feed there. Now you're looking at a live picture of the White House. So, okay, luckily all those kids, non-life-threatening injuries, but now I want to take you to a Tim Kaine rally that happened earlier today. Keep in mind the debate is this Monday.
I am so glad to be with so many good people. First of all, I'm glad to be with the greatest Democrats in the world right here in Houston, Texas. And then I'm very glad to be with people from all walks of life. I don't know what party you're in, but all we're going to say to you, this is the right train to be on to go to victory in November 2016. And I'm so grateful that you have come to support the Clinton Kaine victory team, because they are good people who know and love this country, and they love this state. Allow me to thank all of the elected officials who are here, and I notice that the chair of the Harris County Democratic Party is here. We thank you, and the former Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Gonzalez, we thank you so very much for all of who are here. We thank our union brothers and sisters who are here.
All right, you guys, just to let you know, we're actually going to switch hosts here. Mike Page is coming up So before Tim Kaine comes on, we're going to pause the stream for just a second to switch out the hosts. We'll be right back.
All right, everybody. Mike Pace here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Happy to be here with you this afternoon. I'll be with you from 3 to 5 here. Taking you back out once again at Crosby, Texas. This is another live aerial of this school bus accident. All right, everybody, the latest info here. 11 kids, including the bus driver, transported to a local hospital there with minor injuries after this rollover accident. So as you can imagine, this could have been much, much worse, but fortunately, the 11 kids, including the bus driver, transported to the hospital with only minor injuries. That is key there. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, where this coming Monday will be the home for your full debate coverage. Once again, everybody, welcome to that Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. Seeing a rollover accident here. Nothing major, so that is the very, very good thing here when we're talking about some school bus accidents. I'm just going to read a little headlines here while we get going on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We'll check in again with this story here, but other than that, I don't want to bore you here with this aerial shot, as that story is pretty much wrapped up for you guys on that end. And we're seeing just another view of this accident here, everyone. Going to get you started on Fox 10 News Now stream in just a little bit. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Almost 3:15 here in Arizona on this beautiful, beautiful Friday. You can see here in Arizona, 83 degrees. It's absolutely gorgeous out. I hope everyone is going to have a fun and safe weekend as we get ready for the first big presidential debate starting up on Monday. We're going to have complete coverage and also be streaming that debate right here for you. So you won't have to go far, and we'll have our very own Mary Kate with us. It'll be a good way to showcase the debate and talk about it after. We'll have some pre-coverage as well as the big post-debate coverage. Hope you could join us Monday. We're going to start the coverage off at 5:30 for you with the debate. 6 o'clock Arizona time, 9 o'clock out on that East Coast. Be ready, get excited. It's going to be something to watch. They're saying it's going to be the most watched political event, maybe even getting close to topping off at some Super Bowl numbers. So be on the lookout for that. Get ready for that. I want to read you some of the top headlines here. AP poll on Donald Trump says more than half the country fears a Trump presidency, and only about a third of Americans believe he is at least somewhat qualified to serve in the White House. In the final sprint to Election Day, a new Associated Press poll underscores those daunting roadblocks for Donald Trump as he tries to overtake Hillary Clinton. Moreover, most voters oppose the hardline approach to immigration that is a centerpiece of the billionaire's businessman's campaign. Here's what I think about that poll right there. I'm thinking, I feel like a lot of Americans, a lot of people are saying, you know what, I can't get behind Trump. I just can't get behind his own campaign. But when they get into that ballot box, it could be a much different story. I don't think a lot of people want to say right now because maybe they are afraid what their friends or family might think if they say, you know what, I'm for Trump, I want to vote for him. But I think when it comes down to that ballot box, you're going to see an overwhelmingly support for Donald Trump. Let me know what you guys think. If you're able to chat there in the stream there, we would love to see your comments there on the stream, everybody. fox10phoenix.com. Let me just rename this my title here. I still have that crash up there. Yeah, so that's what I'm thinking about. When you get to the ballot box, I think it's going to be a little different for the people that are supporting Donald Trump. That's when you're going to get the people to really rock out the vote. That is just my opinion there. It's what we could do on News Now sometimes. So gotta enjoy that. Gotta speak your mind when you're thinking about stuff here. So that's going to be interesting on Monday. I'm really looking forward to that debate. I'm more excited for the actual debate of just seeing Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump's body language, the way they are talking about situations and how they come back at each other. That's really what I am really going to be looking for, and I think a lot of you will be doing the same too, looking for that approach. So it'll be interesting, I think, to say the least. There, somebody said in the chat, Hillary does have a huge demographic advantage with New York and California on her side in the camp there. So interesting stuff there. As you can imagine, yeah, New York and California tend to always go for a Democrat there because of New York City and LA and other cities that are so big there. All right. Also, in other news here, Obama vetoes the 9/11 bill. Possible override by Congress could be coming. Here's the situation. President Barack Obama today vetoed a bill that would have allowed the families of 9/11 victims to sue the government of Saudi Arabia. The move sets Obama up for a possible first veto override by Congress. Both chambers passed the bill by voice vote. The House sent Obama the bill just before the 15th anniversary of the attacks that killed nearly 3,000 people in New York, Washington, and Pennsylvania on September 11th, 2001. Obama says the bill would upset long-standing international principles regarding sovereign immunity. Here's the issue, and this is really, I feel, just a slap in the face to the victims of 9/11, to the family and friends that lost their loved ones on that horrible, horrible, tragic day that terrorists came and really tried to wipe us out as a country. They couldn't wipe us out, but they did wipe out a lot of people, memories, family and friends, uncles, aunts, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, all lost on that horrible day. And now I feel like by President Obama to veto that bill is a direct slap to everyone that lost someone on that day. The bill would have given 9/11 families the right to sue in U.S. court for any role that elements of the Saudi government may have played in the attacks. 15 of the 19 men who carried out the attacks were Saudi nationals. And as I read that, it's not hard to get upset. When you're president of the United States, who are you trying to protect? Trying to protect the American people. And when they get attacked, you would hope that at the end of the day, your president has your back. Just doesn't seem like playing on the same team sometimes, does it? You guys are watching Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. 3:16 here in Arizona. We're just reading some top headlines here, and I'm just saying it's really upsetting when you see news like that. Hopefully everyone that the Congress can override that veto, and that would be the first time for President Obama to have his veto overridden, and that would be a good situation there, because that is just a sad situation there for the family. My heart goes out for the family and friends that lost someone on 9/11 on that horrible day there. So let me just type back here. We're getting some news here that our Skyfox chopper is going to a car that crashed into Williamsfield High School in Gilbert. So let me just put this in the corner of my screen. When I see those visuals, I will take it for you. We'll go live there and continue to update you guys on the very latest headlines across the country, across the nation, the stories that you are all talking about. Somebody in the chat said, are you going to be covering the Charlotte protests if they happen? If they happen, and if we get the stream, of course, we'll take it there as well. Still no indication if that's going to happen again for the 4th day in a row. But if you did see that video that was put out by the wife of the suspect there, we don't see the actual, we don't see if he had a gun or not. We just hear the gunshots, and then then we see the suspect down. So I don't know if that video, by that releasing today, will do anything. But yeah, it's very, very interesting there. So we will see about that in just a little bit. Covering the very latest news here for you on the Pakistan News Now stream. Take you back once again out to Texas with that bus crash. All right, everybody, now I do want to show you an event from a little bit earlier today where it was Tim Kaine in Austin, Texas for Latinos for Hillary and Tim Kaine. And once we get that live visual of the bus crash in a Gilbert high school, we will take that for you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gonzalo Barrientos, the former state rep, 10 years and 21 years in the Senate, and I'm here to serve as one of the hosts for this most significant gathering. Welcome to you. Señores y señoras, su servidor Gonzalo Barrientos, bienvenidos distinguidos oficiales elegidos de diferentes partes de Texas. It is greatly unfortunate this political season that Donald Trump has taken the path of division in his run for president, division by religion, by gender, by race. We are here to endorse Hillary and voice our displeasure with Trump's conduct. Con todo respeto, Trump es un payaso, embustero, chapucero y fraude. No se dejen, voten Hillary Clinton, demócrata. We're here to do everything we can to see Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine as president and vice president. We proudly have 20 state representatives, about 15 state senators, city council members, and county commissioners, all kinds of elected officials in every corner of the state of Texas. Proceeding with the rest of the program, I want to introduce to you the chairman of the Senate Democratic Caucus, colleague from El Paso, and a senador who was a county attorney before that, my good friend, Jose Rodriguez.
Thank you, Senator Barrientos. It's a pleasure to be here, especially with my illustrious colleagues, elected officials, Latinos across the state of Texas. As Senator Barrientos said, we are here to voice our strong support for Hillary Rodham Clinton for President of the United States. It's a decision that I think is easy to make if you just pay attention to the campaign that's been going on for quite some time, and if you look at the respective records. I say to all of our Latino community, look at the record, look at the deeds, look at the experience, look at the vision of the two candidates, and hands down, Hillary Clinton is the most qualified. In fact, President Obama has said, the most qualified ever candidate for President of the United States. There are many issues in this campaign. Others will talk about them. I just want to talk about something that is important to our Latino community. Poll after poll for the last several years, up until the present, indicates that we want comprehensive immigration reform. And Hillary Clinton has clearly stated her support for comprehensive immigration reform. Trump, as is his wont, lies about her position on comprehensive immigration reform. But we know better. She also is very clearly on the record as supporting the Dreamers, those students who came in at a young age, are attending, graduated from high school and want to go to college with in-state tuition. She also supports President Obama's executive order, not only with regard to the Dreamers, but also the parents of U.S. citizen children who are facing deportation. There is no question that in this election, Hillary Rodham Clinton would be a positive force for our Latino community. And I want to recall, since I originally came from South Texas, that in the early days, back in the early 70s, she and Bill Clinton went door to door registering voters with us in the Lower Rio Grande Valley. Her commitment to the Latino community has been long-standing, has been persistent, and to this day is indicative of why, as a community, we can count on her. Therefore, the Latino community needs to not stay at home, needs to register, needs to vote, needs to make a difference in this election coming up in November. Let me just say this in conclusion. And in conclusion, we are indeed in a critical juncture in our nation's history. We have, on the one hand, someone who would set us back, would not make America great, wants apparently to send us back to the Dark Ages. On the other hand, we have someone who is visionary, who has worked on behalf, not just of Latinos, all Americans, children, women, minorities, the LGBTQ community. There is absolutely no question why Latinos should stay at home. I want to make a special plea to the young Latinos, those who are just turning 18, can register and vote, and to the millennials, who are the ones that can make a big difference in the future of the elections in this country. Let it start.
All All right, everyone, that was a video
Found
that
a
is
hand-cranked
randomly
recipe
playing
of
right now because of the new debate beer that is coming out for the weekend in New York. Take it back out.
From El Paso, I want to present to you also a woman who has been a leader there for many years, from El Paso County Judge elected in 2011, Veronica Escobar.
Thank you so much. And Senator Rodriguez, your call for young people to vote is something that we embrace in my family. Sweetie, I want you to raise your hand. My daughter, Eloisa, who came all the way from El Paso to be here with us today, turns 18 in a week, and yesterday she registered to vote. And she will have the distinct pleasure of voting for the first woman president of the United States of America. And we could not be more excited about that. Let me tell you why we are voting for Hillary Clinton and why we are doing everything that we can to make sure that not just Latinos, but that everyone who lives in our border community gets out to vote for Hillary. Hillary Clinton understands the border. She doesn't just understand the border, but she appreciates the economic powerhouse that it is. Let me tell you a little bit about El Paso, Texas. In El Paso, $90 billion worth of trade comes through our ports of entry every year. That helps produce 6 million U.S. jobs. Not just jobs in El Paso.
When you're out there, but she's got. I think this, if she treats me with respect, I will treat her with respect. It really depends. People ask me that question, oh, you're going to go out there and do this and that. I really don't know that. You're going to have to feel it out when you're out there. But she's got to treat me with respect. I'm going to treat her with respect. And I'd like to start off by saying that because that would be my intention.
Okay.
Sure, and I can talk about her deleting emails after she gets a subpoena from Congress and lots of other things. I mean, I can talk about her record, which is a disaster. I can talk about all she's done to help ISIS become the terror that they've become, and I will be doing that. So, I mean, we're going to go back and forth, and she's got a lot of baggage. I'll tell you what, she's been there a long time, and we need change in this country. I mean, she's been there, Bill, a long time. When I hear her talking about what she's planning to do, why hasn't she done it for the last 30 years?
Well,
All right, everybody, just wanted to show that to you. That's going to be one of our previews coming up for Monday.
Where do I start? Let me start by saying that if the policy of Trump would take effect, I would be deported. My family, my dad and mom came to the United States between 1910 and 1915 and raised 12 children. My brothers and sisters, nephews and nieces and cousins and uncles, going back to World War II, my uncle served, and from there on, all wars, my family has been involved. Together, they've accumulated way over 400 years of service to the military service, to the military. And again, if we go the Trump way, the Trumpudo way, many of my family would be deported. Qué pendejada. But we have an incredible opportunity to change things, not just for this election, but for the future. We have this incredible opportunity to do the best we can do for the future of America, but for the future of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren, which I have 7 of. So I'm here with the concern, as everyone else is, we have to get out and vote. And you know, la raza tiene que salir a votar because we don't need to complain, we need to campaign. And again, we have to dispel a lot of the myths about nuestra gente. Some of them, they're correct, que no salimos a votar because we have the saying that al cabo no cambia nada, nothing changes for us. But how do you know? Unless you try it. But we are not only obligated to do that, but we have, again, I repeat myself, la oportunidad de hacer algo tremendo para nuestras familias, para el futuro de nuestras familias. And all I can say is, ojalá que salgan con ganas, and we all not only go out and vote yourselves, but get any and everybody to come out and vote. Tus compadres, amigos, amistades, everyone needs to get out and vote. This is so important and it's so crucial that we, Hillary Clinton, be our next president. Again, I get emotional over these things because I think about the things that could happen in a positive way and in a negative way, and we have that choice. Clinton positive and Trump negative. So please get out and vote.
Deep roots in South Texas. Worked with the U.S. Senate. We've got to say this. You're a special man. Also with Commissioner Gary Morrow, Bob Kruger, elected 1992 from Laredo, Texas, Richard Raymond, State Representative.
Thank you, Senator. And thank you to Senator Barrientos for suggesting that we invite so many of our friends from around the state to gather to make clear our support for Hillary Clinton as our next President of the United States and Senator Tim Kaine as our next Vice President, and the importance of getting out to vote. I believe that Hispanic Texans and Hispanic Americans will vote in the highest numbers in the history of the United States of America. And because of it, I believe that Hillary Clinton will be the next President of the United States of America. I want to say a couple of words, but before I do, I want to highlight Hillary Clinton's commitment to the state of Texas and to our community. The first Latina state political campaign director, the day-to-day campaign manager for the state of Texas, is Jackie Ureste, a young Latina from Corpus Christi who has worked in the State House, worked in Washington, was working in the National Campaign Office, and Hillary asked her to come and run Texas. Jackie, where are you? Come here. Jackie Ureste. Jackie. Que viva la Latina de Texas. You know, Gary Morrow said earlier down the hall, reminded us, and this was really emotional to listen to him say this, that if Hillary Clinton is elected President of the United States, we'll have someone that in her 20s was going door to door in Austin and San Antonio and Carrizo, in McAllen, in the Valley, knocking on doors and helping register Hispanics as a young lady in her 20s. And for someone with that life experience to be President of the United States, what that would mean, not only for us, but we think for all of America. Hillary Clinton doesn't want just an America that's great for Hispanics. Hillary Clinton wants an America that is great for everybody. And that is the difference between her and Donald Trump. Donald Trump talks about making America great again. Really, he wants to make America hate again. And we don't want hate. That's not what we want in a president. But when he started his campaign, in that moment, it was about hate. And we reject that. Our people, Hispanic Americans, we are Americans. We're proud of this state and of this country and of the future that it holds for us. Let me just say this. When Donald Trump talked about Judge Gurriel, the federal judge, not being qualified to rule on a case because he was, as he said, Mexican, he stuck a dagger through the heart of Hispanic pride all over this country. And we will never forgive him, and we will do everything to make sure that he is never elected President of the United States. We have to do everything we can, and every elected official and every Latino, Hispanic, Latino leader in this room and across the state will do everything we can to do what the judge said, get people out to vote. Tenemos que votar. Vamos a ganar. Adelante con Hillary Clinton.
Representative, acaba de fregar, Curiel Stein es Gonzalo. Mi tocayo. Move right along. The leadership of women has always been needed, but especially now. I want to introduce to you, in a moment, from Dallas County, the highest law enforcement official there, the only Hispanic sheriff woman in the United States, so many other things. The leadership of Sheriff Luca Aldez is much needed.
You know, when I first started to go to high school, when I was thinking about going to high school, somebody said to me, if you want to go to college, you're going to have to go across town to the high school so that you'll be able to go to college. I came from a barrio with no sidewalks and no paved streets. And it took me a little while to figure out that when it rained, I was the only one with muddy shoes. But Texas is changing, and we are part of the change. But we want to align ourselves with people who not only recognize that there is a difference, but they try to do something about it. That is one of the reasons why you see a lot of Latinos and Hispanics lining up with Hillary Clinton and Senator Kaine. Now, I have the honor of introducing Senator Kaine. I got this note that gave me some information about it, and it said, why don't you say junior USS Senator from Virginia? You know what? I'm not going to call him junior anything. Senator Kaine has proven to us, never in the history has there been a group that's got so much experience and knows exactly what they're doing against a group that does not. I am so honored to introduce to you the senator who was first elected in 1994 when he took a seat in Virginia as a city council. And he went on to there to become lieutenant governor, to become governor, to become elected the chairman of the Democratic National Committee, and mostly to be the senator from Virginia. I introduce to you Senator Kaine.
Buenas tardes a todos. What a wonderful opportunity to crash this great party. This great group of oficiales who are here announcing their support for Hillary Clinton. It's such a treat to be here, and I want to thank Chef Valdez for her kind words and everybody who's gathered to support a woman that I am just so proud to be on the ticket with, Hillary Clinton. She's going to be a magnificent president. Thank you for helping us. And I just have to say, since I'm standing here with your state Democratic Chair, Gilberto Hinojosa, who is a good friend, when Sheriff Valdez said I became chairman of the Democratic National Committee, I'll tell you what really happened. And at the end of 2008, Gilberto wrote me a letter and said, you should be the next Democratic Party chair. And I wrote him a letter back and told him I thought that was a horrible idea. And then 2 months later, President Obama called me and said, I think you should be the next party chair. And I said, yes, sir. But Gilberto saw it first. And we have been really good friends with Gilberto. Thank you so much for your friendship, and to all of you for your great leadership. What an important time, what an important election, and how good it makes me feel to stand here with all of you. We did a wonderful rally in Harris County earlier today. Wonderful rally in Houston with elected officials and everybody else so excited about what we can do in Texas and what we can do nationally. And one of the things I talked about, just news of the day before we get into the reason we're here. I know a lot of our hearts are full as we're watching the situation in Charlotte and Tulsa. We see in too many communities around the country a gap that exists between law enforcement and citizens. And then we see in other cities that there isn't that gap, but communities where there's really been great work to close that gap. We've got to be honest about these challenges. You can't say that there aren't challenges, there aren't biases, there aren't there aren't difficulties. But if we're honest about them, we can close them. Secretary Clinton, Hillary announced just a little bit ago that in Charlotte she really thinks that video needs to be released because transparency is important. That's how you get to the bottom of things. That's how you solve problems. And I completely agree. And look, these elected officials understand this because they're all about building community and building puentes, no muros. Let's build bridges, not walls. That's what we need to do. It's Hispanic Heritage Month, so the mid-September to mid-October. Mes de la Herencia Hispana. And what a proud historia we have. What a proud history. I had a wonderful opportunity in my first 6 months in the Senate. The Gang of Eight proposal to do bipartisan immigration reform was on the floor of the Senate. And I took the floor in junio 2013 to offer un discurso en el Senado, en la Cámara, and I did the entire speech, 20 minutes, explaining the immigration reform bill in Spanish. And the reason I did it, I pretty much said at the opening of my speech, I said, we're talking about immigration reform, and we'll be talking about it for a couple of weeks. I think it would be a good idea for at least 20 minutes for somebody to explain the bill in a language that's been spoken in these 50 states longer than English. Because the Spanish settled St. Augustine, Florida in 1565, and we Virginians hate to admit that was 42 years before the English came to Jamestown. And so this Spanish language, faith, culture connection is so powerful. And to today, 40 to 45 million Americans in their homes, this is the language that they speak. We sometimes forget about that nuestras raíces son raíces españolas, nuestras raíces son raíces hispanos. We are a nation of Hispanic roots. It's not Johnny-come-lately or some new issue we're dealing with. No, we are a nation of Hispanic roots, and that's a proud part of who we are. And that's why we have the Mes de la Herencia Hispana, to remember that we've always been a Hispanic nation since our very first day, since before our very first days. The Comunidad Latina tiene muchos asuntos de interés. It's not a community that just has one issue or two. There's a lot of issues. I think it starts with respect. I mean, I think it starts with respect that a community that has been a part of our raíces since the very first days deserves to be respected and included. Hillary understands that. She deeply understands that we're all stronger together, right? Juntos podemos, we're stronger together. And so in her life, in her work with our Hispanic community, she has done an awful lot of work over the years to demonstrate that she shows respect. And también, yo trabajé como misionero en Honduras hace mucho tiempo. Tengo un gran número de amigos latinos en toda parte, pero especialmente en Virginia. La población latina en Virginia está creciendo cada día. The Hispanic population in our state is the difference maker now. We are not as Hispanic as Texas is, but because every race in Virginia is decided by 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 points. I barely win my races, folks. I mean, the Latino community ends up being the difference maker in our races, and that's the case in Virginia, and in Texas, and Arizona, and Mexico, and all over the place. And so we have that respect because we know we're stronger together, and we also see the difference that our Latino community makes. I wouldn't have thought that I would be running a race in 2016 where that would be an issue. Whether it's okay to go after a community and sort of demonize them, to ridicule Mexicans who come here and say that they're criminals or rapists, or to go after a federal judge and say he is not qualified to hear a case because of his Mexican ancestry. So fundamentally, we can get to issues, and I'll just mention a couple, but this is about respect. When Hillary chose the theme for the campaign, Stronger Together, it was not just by accident, it was not just for fun. We really do believe that we are stronger together. We will build an economy that works for all, not for a few. If we want to be safe and strong in the world, it is about alliances, not about building walls and tearing alliances, but thirdly, it is about respect, and the respect that we need to have, no solo para la comunidad latina, pero para todos. It shouldn't be fair game to go after somebody who has a disability. It shouldn't be fair game to suggest that Muslims should be treated as a second-class religion. It shouldn't be fair game to make offensive comments about women. Igualdad es nuestro valor en este país. Igualdad es nuestro valor. Three issues of importance. And actually, it's interesting. These are three fundamental issues, and they're all issues that Hillary says first 100 days. First 100 days. And the issues are immigration, developing the economy, and education. On immigration, we came close to un acuerdo bipartidista en el Senado en junio de 2013, pero estamos esperando para la Cámara de Representantes. But I think because the issue on immigration is joined in this campaign between a Hillary Clinton and I that believe in comprehensive reform and a Donald Trump that believes in deportation nation, the American voter has a choice. We're going to win this race, and that's going to send un mensaje, un señal, that what the American voter wants is a comprehensive reform for the first time in 30 years. I think that's what the voters are going to tell us on November 8th. And armed with that mandate, then we're going to come into Congress with everybody knowing what it is that the American voters want in a very, with data that's very recent, and we're going to push strongly in the primeros 100 días para una reforma integral. We were able to get it through the Senate, and I know my Senate colleagues still believe it's the right thing to do in a bipartisan way. And that's not hard to understand because American voters believe it. And businesses believe it, and labor believes it, and agriculture believes it, and technology believes it, and churches believe it, and groups that work with Nuevos Americanos believe it. So there is un acuerdo en eso, and we just need to make sure that we send that signal, send that message, and we'll work on it. Second, we want to work on a comprehensive employment and jobs package, the biggest since World War II in the first 100 days of the new administration. And it has some pillars. One, creating jobs through infrastructure, creating jobs through research, creating jobs through manufacturing. This will be very important, no solo a la comunidad latina, pero a todas las comunidades, ¿verdad? Second, we want to focus on education. We're here in a great education town. I know we've got a lot of educators and strong apoyantes de educación aquí. But we know we need to do more in this country with respect to early childhood education, pre-K. We need to celebrate great teachers, and we need to make college more affordable for regular American families. Debt-free college and free tuition for families. And then another important part of this economic agenda is support for small business. The Latino community, like others, it's a great entrepreneurial comunidad en empresas pequeñas. I grew up in a small business house. My dad was an iron worker and welder. 5 employees in a bad year, 10 in a good year. Hillary grew up in a family where there was a small business that made drapery for hotels. Again, small business. Small businesses create 65% of the new jobs in this country. And the Latino community in Virginia and Texas and all over our country is very, very powered by an imagination and an entrepreneurship around starting businesses. And that is going to be a real focus. It's not about an economy that just works for the top. It's not about an economy that's dog-eat-dog, winner-take-all, or just for the big guys. It's a small business startup economy, and that is something here in Austin or with our Latino community around the country people understand. So these are the issues that are at stake, and this is why I'm so proud to be standing with you and so proud to be a partner, un compañero de alma, a un candidato como Hillary Clinton. We're going to be in this struggle together, but we won't accomplish anything without wonderful, wonderful support like we're getting today. Last thing I'll say is this. We are now moving into the place where debates start next week and early voting starts next week in some of our states. You can start early voting in Texas. You can register up till October 11th. Early voting doesn't start until October 24th, but we actually started. Can I tell you something just personal I'm really proud about? I got a boy who's an infantry commander in the Marines deployed overseas for the second time now. And I just got, just as I was walking in, I just got a text from him where he photoed his absentee ballot. And he said, "Dad, you really are on the ballot." You know? So voting has already started. And we know this is going to be the key to it. It's not TV ads at the end of the day. You know, it's not the TV ads that win the race. It's person to person. Even in a nation of 330 million, it's still maybe more than ever as people get tired of the TV ads. It's still person to person. And our local electeds have networks. They had networks before we used the word network, right? And these networks of trust, confianza, con la gente son bien importantes. Entonces Hillary y yo estoy bien contentos a estar contigo, trabajando, luchando hasta la victoria. Mil gracias por su apoyo y vamos a ganar el 8 de noviembre. Gracias por el apoyo. Hasta la victoria. Adelante, Martínez.
Thank you, Senator. My name is Gilberto Hinojosa. I'm the chair of the Texas Democratic Party. Before I say anything further, I want to tell Judge Escobar that I brought my daughter too here today, but she's a newly elected state representative. About 8 years ago, my other daughter, who works in Brooklyn with the campaign, she was home for Christmas, and she asked me about that letter that I had written and then Governor Kane, and I said, nobody ever answered me. Unbeknownst to me, he had sent the letter to my mission office, and I didn't get it, right? And so I dropped her off at the airport. She lands in D.C. She was working for Media Matters at that time in D.C. and she texts me, and she says, Kane is new DNC chair. So it was great. I went home. I went to sleep that morning in my law office. I get a call on my by one of my secretaries, and she says, there's a Tim Kaine on the line, and he claims he's the governor of Virginia. And I picked up the phone, and he said, Gilberto, this is Tim Kaine, governor of Virginia, and I wanted to call to thank you for the letter that you wrote, and I had told you that I wasn't going to do this, but when the president calls, you have to answer. And I just wanted to thank you for your kind letter. And I said, you didn't have to call me. Thank you so much. A couple of months later, he calls me up again while I was at the inauguration, and he asked me to give one of his nominating speeches at the DNC meeting when he was nominated to be chair of the United States Democratic Party. The first place that he went to after that was a little border town called Brownsville, Texas. And by the way, what that letter said to him was this, look, because I had read in the Washington Post that he was going to be considered for DNC chair, well, I said, you need to do this, because the future of the Democratic Party is the Hispanic vote. Hispanics in the United States will make a difference for our party and will ensure that we will continue to elect Democrats for a long time, and nobody understands this better than you do, because you have worked closely with the Hispanic community in Virginia. You have gotten elected because of that support. You were a missionary in Honduras as a Jesuit missionary, and you understand why it's so important to spend time and efforts with the Hispanic community. I said, and then I said, and then you're the governor of a state. You're a governor of a state where the other two United States senators are junior senators. What are you going to do? And so 6 years later, he would be the vice presidential nominee and vice president of the United States. So I'm proud to be with him here today. As someone who has supported working families all his political career, and before that as a civil rights lawyer and working for families even in Honduras. We are proud to stand with you. We are proud to stand with nuestra amiga, Secretary Hillary Clinton, and we'll be even more proud to call you Vice President and her President of the United States. Tim, Texas Latinos, you are not only a friend, eres familia. I want to be respectful to the Senator's time. He has other events to attend, but he has a moment for a question or two from the members of the media.
Senator, I have a question about the debate, if you will. Oh, thank you.
Hold on just a second. Let me call on somebody, okay? Mr. Cervantes?
Thank you, Senator. You talked about debt-free college, and regarding Latino millennials in Texas, what's your message to them going to school in a state where their Republican state leaders probably are not going to go for some of the new college compact requirements that's in Secretary Clinton's plan?
We're going to have hard work to do it, but what we need to do is tell people that debt-free college, other nations do it. I mean, with other nations that have weaker economies, other nations sin los recursos that we have, because they make it a priority. They make it a priority because not only is it good for individuals, but they make it a priority because the more skills everybody has, the better the economy is going to do. And so this is fundamentally a question about priorities. We're talking about this plan everywhere so that when we win, we can say, now we have a mandate to do this. We have a mandate to change priorities and make this investment, and if we do, it's going to be good for individuals and good for the economy as well. And while I won't go into your question about whether the leaders here would support it or not, this is a federal initiative that we're going to push, and we're going to battle it through in the Senate and Congress and make a big jump forward by recognizing that education, we publicly fund K-12 because we know everybody needs that. Well, now we know more. You need something after high school. It could be career and technical, could be community college, could be four-year college, but you need something after high school, and we ought to be making a commitment that students and families aren't crushed with debt on their shoulders. You shouldn't have to mortgage your future to prepare for your future, and that's where we're going to put our
Camila.
Senador, después de todo lo que se ha dicho de los mexicanos y los hispanos, ¿cree usted que se está dando por dado, por ganado el voto latino? Has it been taken for granted?
Yo creo que no, Hillary y yo estamos trabajando bastante para el voto latino, pero necesitamos cada día hablar con la comunidad y explicar nuestros planes y explicar las diferencias entre nosotros y Donald Trump. La campaña de Hillary Clinton y yo tenemos un gran equipo de gente que están trabajando con el voto latino, pero es importante en las 6 semanas hasta el 8 de diciembre a explicar la diferencia. Y también una otra cosa, la diferencia entre los candidatos es muy grande. Es importante para nosotros también explicar que la comunidad latina pueda ser la diferencia en esta campaña. En Virginia, por ejemplo, la población de latinos es 8 o 9% y de votantes 5 o 6%. Y hay algunos latinos que piensan que entonces no son muy importantes porque nuestros números son pequeños, pero en nuestro estado, es un estado de battleground, cada elección es bien cerquita, 4 o 5% de los votantes pueden ser la diferencia en casi cada elección, de presidente, gobernador, senador, de casi cada elección. Entonces, en las semanas que vienen, debemos explicar la diferencia entre los candidatos, pero es importante también explicar a la comunidad que los latinos votantes en muchos de nuestros estados, Georgia, por ejemplo, gente no está pensando de Georgia como un estado bien latino, pero así es la cosa. Necesitamos explicar el poder del voto latino. El voto latino puede ser la diferencia. El voto latino va a ser la diferencia.
Ryan?
Yes, Ryan Poppy, Texas Public Radio. One of the things that Secretary Clinton has promised was closing some of the detention centers in South Texas, privately owned detention centers. How is she going to make that possible, and what becomes of these families once these centers are closed?
Right. That one is going to be something I don't think you can just do it inmediatamente, because you do have people that are affected. But our plan, look, is this. On immigration issues, the key feature for us is not to divide families. This is going to be our principal valor in immigration reform, not to divide families. The detention centers are obviously largely driven by a population that is coming here from countries and situations where people feel so afraid or so without opportunity that they decide to come here. A lot of this is on Honduras, El Norte Triángulo, Honduras, Salvador, Guatemala. And the situation there is extremely dire. And no parent wants to send their kids away. And no country wants to export its young people, export its future. They would rather maintain a future there. So we will work to close the private detention centers and have alternatives that are más humane. But the thing that is most important is for us to work deeply with the nations of Central America, especially, a desarrollar sus economías, help them develop their economies, help them be more successful in battling crime so that they don't feel a need for their children to leave. In February of 2015, I went to Honduras with Senator Cornyn. President Obama had proposed $1 billion investment in the Northern Triangle to help nations get stronger and safer and economically more vibrant. And that's the real solution. And Senator Cornyn and I went together because I wanted to try to convince him that that presidential proposal of the investment in the Northern Triangle made sense. And we had a very good visit there. And at the end of the year, the Senate was able to convince the House, that didn't want to do anything, to invest $750 million in these countries. Not everything the president asked, but a good investment. And then we followed it up this year too. So the long-term solution is not about detention. The long-term solution is the U.S. taking an appropriate role in helping young people in these countries and their families see that they have a future in their own homes and that they don't need to flee violence and flee poor government.
Senator, in light of the fact that we're in his home state, your reaction to Ted Cruz's support of Donald Trump today?
Not completely surprised. I mean, I don't know that I have too much to offer it. In one sense, not surprised, but I just can't help but say this. Donald Trump suggested that Ted Cruz's dad was involved in the JFK assassination. Now, we know that that is false, but false isn't, there's not the right word to describe what that is. I mean, it is so outrageously false. And as far as I know, Donald Trump has not retracted it. As far as I know, he's not apologized for it. And so, if somebody said that about my dad, they would never have me as a supporter for anything. That's about all I have to say.
One more question from Univision.
Después de alegaciones de los supuestos correos electrónicos que causaron mucha controversia, muchas personas dijeron sentir algún tipo de pérdida de confianza de Hillary Clinton y también después de las alegaciones de su participación.
All right, everybody, we are going to break into the action right now. Take you to a live breaking news event where there is a police protest happening in North Carolina for the 4th day in a row. Here we go. Police protest once again in North Carolina. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We'll get you guys the very latest info. And yes, this is live, everybody, right now. Fox 10 News Now stream. We are covering once again another police protest in North Carolina. And very latest, in a new video, the body of the man killed by Charlotte police can be seen on the ground where officers appear to try to attend to him, but his actual shooting isn't shown. The video was recorded by the wife of 43-year-old Keith Scott. Officers tell Scott to drop a gun, but it's unclear from the video whether he has a weapon. Police have said he was armed, but witnesses say he was only holding a book. In the video, his wife is telling officers that her husband doesn't have a gun, has a traumatic brain injury, and won't hurt them. She says, "Keith, don't let them break the windows," as she urges him to exit his car. She further tells him, "Don't do it," but it's not clear exactly what she means. After the shooting, she tells officers, "I'm not coming near you. I'm going to record, though." Scott's body is face down, and it's unclear whether the officers are trying to help him or check for a weapon. She states the address and says, "These are the police officers that shot my husband." Right now, everybody, this is in Mooresville, North Carolina, where we're taking this aerial feed from. An attorney for the family of the black man shot by Charlotte police says new released video recorded by the victim's wife does not prove whether the shooting was justified. Instead, Justin Bamberg tells the New York Times that the video shows another vantage point of the incident in which 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott was fatally shot. Bamberg says he hopes Charlotte police release their own videos of the shooting. They've so far refused to do so. The police chief says there's at least one video from a body camera and one from a dashboard camera. The police video could resolve widely different accounts of the shooting. Police have said Scott refused repeated commands to drop a gun, while residents say he was unarmed. It's unclear from the video shot by Scott's wife whether he had a weapon. And the one takeaway I have from this whole week of protest in North Carolina is I just don't understand, I guess, when some of the members of the protesters say that Black Lives Matter and that's their movement, but the officer that in question was also an African American. So does his life, a life of a police officer, not matter as much? I just don't get that rationale sometimes, I guess. That is my biggest takeaway taking from these protests this week. I just didn't understand it. If you look at the situation that happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where that video was released right away, and it showed that it appears that the police officer was in the wrong for that shooting. It just seems like the protest, in a way, should be flip-flopped, but they're actually not. If you look at Tulsa, Oklahoma, you really didn't see any major protest. And another issue, and it looks like they're doing a U-ey here and going back around, but another issue is during that very violent day of protesting in downtown Charlotte, where we saw a civilian get shot by another civilian, nobody really the next day was upset about that. And that was a little shocking and disheartening to see as well, where they didn't even care if one of their own protesters were shot in the middle of everyone. Interesting. And everybody, if you're just joining us here, this is in Mooresville, North Carolina. A current police protest is underway. We are watching live aerials right now, live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Do appreciate you guys being with us this evening. We'll be with you all the way until 9 o'clock tonight. And everybody, we're just receiving word here that the Mooresville football game, high school game, has been postponed due to a downtown protest march. So the poor high schoolers here can't even get a football game in because of this current protest that is happening right now. Everybody, you could see just doesn't look like many protesters here. Certainly not the amount of people that we've seen the last couple of days descend on downtown Charlotte. But we'll keep an eye on it as it's only 7:15 there locally in North Carolina. Once again, you can see that they have taken to the streets. Now, on Sean Hannity's show yesterday, live was Rudy Giuliani, and it was a great interview because Hannity was talking about, you know, Mr. Giuliani, what would happen if you were the mayor right now of this town? What would you do? And he says, well, certainly I would never let the protesters take to the streets. They could protest all they want on the sidewalks, but I would never let them protest on the street, and if they ever step foot on the street, they'd be arrested, because you got to also think about what happens if there was paramedics or a fire somewhere and they couldn't get through because of these people. They're putting people's lives in risk that they don't even know about or care about. The mother of the black man killed by Charlotte police asked protesters to give up the rioting because it's worsened the situation. Even the mother of this person that was shot down police right now is saying, give it up. The mother of Keith Lamont Scott told a TV station in Charleston, South Carolina, that he would not want the violence that followed his death on Tuesday. She says the rioting and looting makes it very bad for the family. A third night of protest yesterday in Charlotte lacked the violence and property damages of the previous nights. The mom says she talked to her son less than 2 hours before the shooting. She says she learned of his death from TV news. Police say Scott was armed, but witnesses said he was only holding a book. Continuing to watch this live police protest in Mooresville, North Carolina. Fourth day of protesting that we've seen in North Carolina. Just telling you right now that the mother of this guy that was shot and killed by police is even saying to people, please don't riot. You could protest peacefully, but do not loot, do not riot. Somebody tweeted saying, if Mooresville turns to anything like Charlotte, I'm going to be really sad, praying that it is a peaceful protest tonight. Another person tweeted saying, am I missing something, or is there a reason why everyone thinks the Mooresville protest won't stay peaceful tonight? Let me know your prediction, everybody, and the Fox 10 News Now stream. How do you think this protest will end up tonight? An attorney for the family of the black man shot by Charlotte police says his clients decided to release cell phone video today recorded by the victim's wife as part of their quest for the truth. Charles Monnett said in a statement today that the family of Keith Scott still wants Charlotte officials to publicly release all the video of the encounter so that people can draw their own conclusions about his death. The lawyer also encourages the public to reserve judgment until all facts are known. He says the family continues to ask for peace in Charlotte and North Carolina. And if you're just tuning in, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. This is a Mooresville, North Carolina protest. Fourth day in a row we have been seeing protests in the state of North Carolina. This is the first one that we've been seeing outside of Charlotte. But it seems to me from this aerial view that they are doing laps around this town. One person tweeting, Mooresville, I've seen how enlightening these protests can be as well as how destructive. I'm not worried about protesters, but instigators. Very good point there. Very good point. You know, a lot of the times, the majority of protesters just want a peaceful rally, but then you get instigators from out of town that just want to cause the trouble and the destruction that we saw the last couple of days, especially in Charlotte. Also seeing other tweets saying, heard there was supposed to be protests in Mooresville tonight. Please, everyone, be smart and stay safe. Now it seems like the group here has taken to a nearby park area, and they may start to do their rally right here after taking a couple blocks and laps around these blocks here in the neighborhood. But from the look of it, it doesn't look like there's more than about 60 people, and it even looks like the Sky Fox there is leaving the scene. All right, so we'll try to get you guys some more info and more video when that stream does come back. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. I do want to show you now a Flashback Friday video that really goes today, because really the big news today, everyone, was Ted Cruz finally endorsing Donald Trump. And if you remember back at this past summer at the RNC when Ted Cruz talked, he didn't even mention by name Donald Trump and walked off the stage without endorsing his former competitor. And now, today, on his Facebook page, he endorses Donald Trump. Let's go and take you back to the RNC for Ted Cruz's speech. I want to show it to you right now.
Bless each and every one of you. Heidi and I are so honored to join you here in Cleveland, where LeBron James just led an incredible comeback victory. And I am convinced America is going to come back too. I want to congratulate Donald Trump on winning the nomination last night. And like each of you, I want to see the principles that our party believes prevail in November. Conventions are times of excitement, but given the events of the last few weeks, I hope you'll allow me a moment to talk to you about what's really at stake. Just 2 weeks ago, a 9-year-old girl named Caroline was having a carefree Texas summer, swimming in the pool, playing with friends, doing all the things a happy child might do. Like most children, she relied upon the love that she received from her mom, Heidi, and her dad, a police sergeant named Michael Smith. That is, until he became one of the 5 police officers gunned down in Dallas. The day her father was murdered, Caroline gave him a hug and a kiss as he left for work. But as they parted, her dad asked her something he hadn't asked before. What if this is the last time you ever kiss or hug me? Later, as she thought of her fallen father and that last heartbreaking hug, Caroline broke down into tears. How could anything ever be okay again? Michael Smith was a former Army Ranger who spent 3 decades with the Dallas Police Department. I have no idea who he voted for in the last election or what he thought about this one. But his life was a testament to devotion. He protected the very protesters who mocked him because he loved his country and his fellow man. His work gave new meaning to that line from literature: to die of love is to live by it. As I thought about what I wanted to say tonight, Michael Smith's story weighed on my heart. Maybe that's because his daughter, Caroline, is about the same age as my eldest daughter and happens to share the same name. Maybe it's because I saw a video of that dear, sweet child choking back sobs as she remembered her daddy's last question to her. Maybe it's because we live in a world where so many others have had their lives destroyed by evil in places like Orlando and Paris and Nice and Baton Rouge. Maybe it's because of the simple question itself. What if this, right now, is our last time? Our last moment to do something for our families and our country? Did we live up to the values we say we believe? Did we do all we really could? That's really what elections should be about. That's why you and millions like you devoted so much time and sacrifice to this campaign. We're fighting not for one particular candidate or one campaign, but because each of us wants to be able to tell our kids and grandkids, our own Carolines, that we did our best for their future and our country. America is more than just a landmass between 2 oceans. America is an ideal, a simple yet powerful idea. Freedom matters. For much of human history, government power has been the unavoidable constant in life. Government decrees, and the people obey. But not here. We have no king or queen. We have no dictator. We, the people, constrain government. Our nation is exceptional because it was built on the 5 most beautiful and powerful words in the English language. I want to be free. Never has that message been more needed than today. We stand here tonight, a nation divided. Partisan rancor, anger, even hatred are tearing America apart. And citizens are furious, rightly furious, at a political establishment that cynically breaks its promises and that ignores the will of the people. We have to do better. We owe our fallen heroes more than that. Now, of course, Obama and Clinton will also tell you that they care about our children's future. And I want to believe them. But there is a profound difference in our two parties' vision for the future. Theirs is the party that thinks ISIS is a JV team, that responds to the death of Americans at Benghazi by asking, what difference does it make? And that thinks it's possible to make a deal with Iran, which celebrates as holidays Death to America Day and Death to Israel Day. My friends, this is madness. President Obama is a man who does everything backwards. He wants to close Guantanamo Bay and open up our borders. He exports jobs and imports terrorists. Enough is enough. And I am here to tell you there is a better vision for our future, a return to freedom. On education, your freedom to choose your child's education, even if you aren't as rich as Hillary Clinton or Barack Obama. On health care, your freedom to choose your own doctor without Obamacare. On taxes, your freedom to provide for your family without the IRS beating down your door. The internet, keep it free from taxes, free from regulation, and don't give it away to Russia and China. Freedom means free speech, not politically correct safe spaces. Freedom means religious freedom, whether you are Christian or Jew, Muslim or atheist. Whether you are gay or straight, the Bill of Rights protects the rights of all of us to live according to our conscience. Freedom means the right to keep and bear arms and to protect your family. Freedom means that every human life is precious and must be protected. Freedom means Supreme Court justices who don't dictate policy, but instead follow the Constitution. And freedom means recognizing that our Constitution allows states to choose policies that reflect local values. Colorado might decide something different than Texas. New York, different than Iowa. That's the way it's supposed to be. Diversity.
Checkmate.
If not, what's the point of having states to begin with? Now, Hillary Clinton believes that government should make virtually every choice in your life. Education, healthcare, marriage, speech, all dictated out of Washington. But something powerful is happening. We've seen it in both parties. We've seen it in the United Kingdom's unprecedented Brexit vote to leave the European Union. Voters are overwhelmingly rejecting the political establishment and overwhelmingly rejecting big government. That is a profound victory, and it is one earned by each and every one of you. People are fed up with politicians who don't listen to them, fed up with a corrupt system that benefits the elites instead of working men and women. We deserve an immigration system that puts America first and, yes, builds a wall to keep America safe. A government that stops admitting ISIS terrorists as refugees. We deserve trade policies that put the interest of American farmers and manufacturing jobs over the global interests that are funding the lobbyists. And if we stand together and choose freedom, our future will be brighter. Freedom will bring back jobs and raise wages. Freedom will lift people out of dependency to the dignity of work. we can do this. 47 years ago to this day, America put the very first man on the moon. That was the power of freedom. Our party, the Republican Party, was founded to defeat slavery. Abraham Lincoln, the first Republican president, signed the Emancipation Proclamation. Together, we passed the Civil Rights Act, and together we fought to eliminate Jim Crow laws. That's our collective legacy, although the media will never share it with you. Those were fights for freedom, and so is this. Sergeant Michael Smith stood up to protect our freedom. So do the soldiers and sailors and airmen and Marines every day fighting radical Islamic terrorism. And so did the family of Alton Sterling, who bravely called to end the violence. So did the families of those murdered at the Charleston Emmanuel AME Church, who forgave that hateful, bigoted murderer. And so can we. We deserve leaders who stand for principle, who unite us all behind shared values, who cast aside anger for love. That is the standard we should expect from everybody. And to those listening, please, don't stay home in November. If you love our country and love your children as much as I know that you do, stand and speak and vote your conscience. Vote for candidates up and down the ticket who you trust to defend our freedom and to be faithful to the Constitution. Appreciate the enthusiasm of the New York delegation. And I will tell you, it is love of freedom that has allowed millions to achieve their dreams. Like my mom, the first in her family to go to college, and my dad, who's here tonight, who fled prison and torture in Cuba, coming to Texas with just $100 sewn into his underwear. And it is love that I hope will bring comfort to a grieving 9-year-old girl in Dallas. and God willing, propel her to move forward and dream and soar and make her daddy proud. We must make the most of our moment to fight for freedom, to protect our God-given rights, even of those with whom we don't agree, so that when we are old and gray, and when our work is done, and we give those we love one final kiss goodbye, we will be able to say, freedom matters, and I was part of something beautiful. The case we have to make to the American people, the case each person in this room has to make to the American people, is to commit to each of them that we will defend freedom and be faithful to the Constitution. We will unite the party, we will unite the country by standing together for shared values, by standing for liberty. God bless each and every one of you, and God bless the United States of America.
All right, folks, so that was your Flashback Friday moment there, showing you the endorsement for Donald Trump by Ted Cruz, and then taking you back to that RNC this past summer when pretty much Ted Cruz didn't even really say anything about Donald Trump, and you could hear those boos at the end when the crowd knew what was going on. All right, everybody, coming up on Monday, we're going to have a very special stream. It is dedicated to you-know-what. You know, the whole world is going to be watching this debate on Monday night. We're going to have pre-debate coverage as well as post-debate coverage. And, we're going to show you in its entirety the full debate. And then, so many news outlets the next day will only be showing you little sound bites, little things like that. We don't do that. We'll show it to you in its entirety. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are getting excited. I have one more thing to show you this evening. It's going to be a live event. It's a special treat here. Some mascot friends from the NFL out here, as well as some collegiate mascots, will be doing a special little football event for charity. We're going to show that to you in just a little bit, everybody. You guys are watching that Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox 10, Phoenix.com. Some of you asking, where's Mary Kate? She's coming up at 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, she will be on. And, oh, look at this guy. This one guy, Brian, in the chat just doesn't appreciate my hard work that I do every day. Well, Brian, it's okay. You don't have to. You don't have to be part of the stream there, Brian. You can leave. See you later, Brian. Hope you have a great weekend. We like you too, buddy. All right, we're just there, moments away now from that event. Just a little bit. Take you out to New York right now. All right, everybody. In the meantime, we're going to show you community leaders a little bit earlier in North Carolina talking about the recent protest in the last few days.
Retiring here. Less than a year time, we have several fatal shootings that I feel that was ignored. And today, a wife was able to release a video of Mr. Scott being shot down. And that video was very disturbing because we really can't get any answer from the Charlotte-Mecklenburg police. As a leader, regardless of what type of leader you are, you have to always earn the trust of those that you lead. And for the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department to drag their feet on to release the evidence that they have is very frustrating, not only to me as a pastor, but it's frustrating to our community. Because we're now asking you, why not expedite the time to get the truth out of there? What are you waiting for? Does someone else have to die in another protest? Does another window have to be broken? Why are you not altruistic enough to release those videos and let justice prevail? And so that's why we're here. We're frustrated, and we're coming here. We've been on the front lines. We've been tweeting. We've been texting. It's all on social media. We're trying to bring peace. Breaking a window and throwing rocks and burning our buildings will not always give us justice. It will not give us justice. It'll just cause harm to us mentally, physically, and financially. So we are one Charlotte. It's not a white Charlotte, black Charlotte, Asian Charlotte. We are one Charlotte. And we serve one God, one faith, one Lord, and one baptism. And so that's why I'm here. Also, I'm here and I'm asking the community leaders, I'm asking 100 men to meet me at worship on Sunday. 100 men at Abundant Faith Word Church on Sunday, regardless of your culture, persuasion, regardless of your ethnicity. The reason I need you to be here, because there's something about when men come together and set a precedence, we can get change with our youth. We need those 100 men after worship. We need you to stay after worship so we can give you some directives, because there have been coming in, some things have been coming to us saying there may be some protests at the Panthers game. And we don't want any fatalities. We don't want any disturbances. So we need to strategize so we can not only stand with the Charlotte-Mecklenburg police, but we can stand with our community and be a mediator between two communities. At this time, there's a lack of trust. There's a lack of trust on both communities, but we ought to be able to trust our police department. We ought to be able to trust our chief, and who I think is in a real precarious situation. But we're praying for him. We're praying for our mayor. We're praying for the city council. We're praying for all that are involved. We're praying for the Scott family, the wife who saw her husband get gunned down. And so we urge you to meet us Sunday at Abundant Faith Word Church. We're trying to gather 100 men. It would be nice to have 1,000 men to stand in front of the Panther Stadium so we can keep pounding on justice, keep pounding on love, and keep pounding in peace. So meet us at Abundant Faith Word Church, 1600 Pavilion Drive at 11 a.m., and we're going to give you some directives how we can become a greater community.
Next, we're going to have a mother of four boys who's actually going to come and give her thoughts. Her name is Miss Myra Foster. She's also the founder of a Showcase magazine. She's been helping us get the word out about what's been going on in reference to this particular situation. So Miss Myra Foster is her name.
My name is Myra Foster, and I have been out last night and the night before that with the happenings that have been going on, the peaceful protests that have been turned into something else by the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department. Just like every other citizen and like every other mother, I'm tired of these happenings that are taking place not only in our city, but in other places as well, but specific to Charlotte because we're here. And what we want is change. I also work with the Showcase magazine, and we're working closely on the ground to keep things as they're related to our community. We're putting those things out as they're happening and not with any other type of spin.
Yes, sure can. Spell your name.
Myra is spelled M-Y-R-A. Foster is spelled F-O-S-T-E-R.
Pastor Amir, A-M-E-R-E, last name May, Sr.
A lot of the leaders, and due to my battery going dead on my phone, unfortunately, we wanted to give some of the leaders And if you want to get responses from them later, I can give you their numbers. Nation of Islam Representative B.J. Murphy. Bishop Kevin Long is a supporter. He prayed at our first press conference 2 days ago. Gastonia is showing their support. Pastor Luke Curry, L-U-K-E, Curry, C-U-R-R-Y. Pastor Billy Wilson, Rock Hill, South Carolina. Billy Wilson.
All right, folks, we're going to take you out live right now to Charlotte, North Carolina. 4th day in a row, protest hitting the streets. And that ended pretty quick. Our feed just dropped right there. Let's take it back out to that
of a video,
community
I call it, for the last
action. Let's see if we get it back for you.
I can still hear the screams of Miss Scott saying, "Don't shoot him." He's at a TBI. He's just taking his medicine. Don't shoot him. I remember Eric Garner screaming, "I can't breathe." And the list goes on and on. So we're here again. My mother told me last week, she said, "John, I actually be glad when President Barack Obama get out of office." She said, "Because I've never seen it this bad." So today, we're asking one thing to happen. Number one, you give justice immediately to the family, the Scott family, who hasn't even had a proper funeral for the father. Second thing I would love for you all to do is to realize that someone got shot in this city. And the holding on to the video did not make things better. The truth of the matter is, it actually made it worse. I don't know what will happen tonight, but I'm encouraging the youth, all demonstrators and protesters. I'm asking you sincerely, don't tear up Charlotte because of this. I don't think the Scott family would want that. I definitely don't want it. I actually enjoy going to Buffalo Wild Wings. The truth of it is, today we want to make everybody know that we're very disappointed. And now, areas of Charlotte that don't have that patience. They may listen to a little rap music, maybe a straight A student, and their pants may be a little baggy, but they don't have that much patience. My patience is symbolic to my mother making a macaroni and cheese. It takes about an hour to make that. But now they have Easy Mac. You can make a microwave macaroni and cheese in 5 minutes. What am I saying? The young people, they have a microwave mindset. They're not going to wait no 5 days. Not going to wait no 72 hours for no video to be released. They don't even want to wait for the trial, even though that's a process. They want things now. Even though I don't always honor that, I do think in this situation it could have been a whole lot better. Maybe we could have saved a couple windows. Maybe we could have saved the life of the young man who lost his life on yesterday during one of the demonstrations that took place out here. We didn't lose one life. We lost two. A young man. I believe he was 15 years old. What if he had never been out here? What if he was at home on a video game? Because he wasn't, he was out there and he lost his life. Now, there's something funny about the blood as I close. Something about the blood that cries out from the grave. I talked about it earlier this week. Innocent blood cries from the grave. In Charlotte, there's a lot of angry people. We're disappointed and upset that this video has now been released. You can look at the lawyer's face when he walked out of the office. You know he was not pleased and happy with what was going on. You don't have to say it. You can see it in the faces of the family. Hope things get better here. If they don't get better, they're actually going to get worse. Lastly, we want to talk about what's very important, the future.
All right, folks, we're going to take you now out to Atlanta, Georgia. There is a protest going on right now. NAACP march in Atlanta, Georgia. right, everybody, just wanted to switch out just for a little bit, take you to some Arizona coverage right now. Wanted to show you this right now as mascot friends, including the likes of Baxter, Big Red, and the Suns Gorilla will be captains of 10 teams and play 16-minute games for this evening's fast-paced scrimmage. At the conclusion of the games, participants and mascots will enjoy birthday cake and party favors to celebrate Spirit's birthday in style. Each Boys and Girls Club participant will receive a t-shirt as well as a goodie bag from the Fiesta Bowl with a Dick's Sporting Goods gift card there. So you're going to see some action right there. Now, unfortunately, we got to take you to some breaking news out here live on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and we have a active water rescue happening right now. In Buckeye. This is in Buckeye right now, an active water rescue going on this Friday evening here in Arizona. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream where this is going to be possibly a body recovery. Take you back out now live to Atlanta, Georgia. All right, folks, now taking you out to Charlotte, North Carolina. We were just in Atlanta. This is now a protest for the fourth day in a row in Charlotte, North Carolina. Thank you.
All right, everyone, thanks for joining in with us on Facebook. This is David Centendry with Fox 46 Charlotte. We've been out here in Uptown Charlotte following these Keith Scott protests for the last few days. As you can see here, Friday night, protests are still going on. I'm going to get you guys to turn around, see what we have working with right now. Protesters have been marching about since 8 o'clock right now, coming right through the heart of Uptown, and they're right outside the Omni Hotel. This is where 2 nights ago protests got somewhat violent. A lot of chaos ensued, and actually one man was shot and later died. So far, protests have been peaceful out here. Yesterday, completely peaceful. We marched for several hours following these protesters, walked about 10 miles actually, and did not see a whole lot of violence coming out from them. There was one time when they shut down part of the highway, Interstate 277. That was just for about 10-15 minutes. Here we are back again tonight, Friday night. Most of the city has left. You know, it's almost like a ghost town before we saw these protesters. A lot of bars, restaurants completely shut down. Certain hotels are moving guests to different areas. The entire epicenter, which if you're from the Charlotte areas where a lot of bars and restaurants are at, that's closed down. Protesters just starting off, making their way through the streets of Uptown Charlotte. Going to let this breathe for a minute, hear what they're saying as they walk.
We got folks in wheelchairs, we got senior citizens, we got folks that got 4 5 legs. All of us need to walk at the same pace tonight. Everybody look to your right. Look to your right. This is Bank of America. Bank of America. Anybody want to know why we stopped here and you haven't had a bad interaction with the banking system in America? I'm sorry. You might not get it. But there are plenty of people out here that have been victims of predatory lending. There are plenty of victims out here that have been kicked out of their homes. There have been plenty of victims out here that have not been bailed out. The banks got a bailout, but the people haven't got a bailout. So when we educating ourselves about why we out here, and since they say we violent, we don't know what we're doing, we gonna take the time to educate the media. Because sometimes they don't know what's going on in the now, everybody ain't for education. And if you ain't for education, there's plenty of other streets in this city. But this united front right here is going to stop and take notice to the system that is killing us, not just the police system. We go.
This is so much bigger. This is so much bigger than just about a life. But it's also about a life. It's about everybody's right to life. That's what got us on the street. That's what got us out here knowing that we are risking our lives, because the truth is, as a black person, whether you fight or not, you die anyway. And if we do this right, we won't have to be chanting Black Lives Matter in 20 years, so we got to do it right. In 2016, that's the 50th anniversary since the founding of the Black Panther Party. We are maintaining a legacy and a tradition of resistance. And we look up to those people. We look up to the Black Panther Party. We chant around Angela Davis. We chant about Assata. We chant about Huey. We chant about Bobby. Guess what? I'm going to be chanting about you. I'm going to be telling the stories about you. You are the freedom fighters. You are the fighters of this generation. You are the leaders of this generation. You are the heroes of Charlotte. I'm from Toronto. I came all the way from Canada to meet you. Black Lives Matter is one iteration of an entire generation of movements. I'm proud to represent it, but whatever it is that you choose to be here in Charlotte, it's going to be by Charlotte's own. Whatever you are going to be, it's going to be run by people who grew up in Charlotte. You are going to be the ones that lead the freedom struggle in Charlotte. Know that there is no greater weight, but there is no greater honor.
You got that right.
This is a long struggle. This is not a race. This is a marathon. This is a marathon. It happened ever since. And the marathon started when they put us on those slave ships. But I believe we can end that in this lifetime. You ready? You ready? Because what we're doing is we want to divest from police and invest in black futures. In 2012, police here got an increased budget of $50 million for their police forces. $50 million that went into the further oppression of black people. $50 million that could have been about building community for black people. Community that they took when they gentrified black neighborhoods, when they destroyed black neighborhoods, when we can't even get water that is healthy to drink. Talk to me about Flint. We're not just talking about black lives, we're talking about black futures. We're talking about the quality of black life. And the reality is, when black people get free, everyone else gets a little more free with us. Everybody else gets free with us. So, when we chant, as we move through, make sure the ancestors hear you. Keep us an ancestor now. Make sure he hears you as we march on the street. Make sure you drink water too. Make sure he hears you when we march on the street. You ready? Hey! You ready?
And as you guys heard just moments ago, an out-of-town protester actually leading that message right there. She was saying she's from Canada. We've heard reports throughout the day that a lot of people were coming in from out of town to protest this evening, as people have for the last couple of days. We've seen people from New York, seen people from Georgia, a lot of people from out of town. But one of her messages that she was speaking was that if anything is going to come about this from change, it's going to have to be led by people here locally in the Charlotte community. Now, obviously the news of the day, if you've been paying attention to this story, is that the family of Keith Scott released some cell phone video that they had from the moment when that shooting occurred. It did not actually show him being shot, but you could hear it in the background. People want CMPD to release the videos, surveillance videos. They want that dash cam footage. They want that body camera footage. A lot of officials are starting to call for that release. We've seen local officials, the Charlotte mayor, Mecklenburg County chairman, all calling for the release of that video. And even today, Hillary Clinton announcing that she wants that video to be released as soon as possible. She's announcing that she's coming into Charlotte this Sunday with that at the forefront of what she's going to be talking about. We were talking about Hillary Clinton coming to Charlotte on Sunday. So I think if you're listening in on Facebook, some protesters out here unaware that Miss Clinton did announce her trip here to Charlotte on Sunday. Again, that's right before her debate with Donald Trump. Looks like protest is about to start moving a little more. We're going to try to get ahead of it so we can get you guys a clear view of what's happening. Again, thanks for staying with us on Facebook. And as we were going one way, protests started to go a different way, so we're going to turn around. This happens all the time, so here we go. And again, we were talking about that tape being released, that dash cam footage, that body camera footage, chants growing louder and louder now of show the tape.
Well, we got the real news.
There you go, Dave.
Just interacted with a man who I've seen out here for several nights in a row. I actually saw him at some protests a few months ago, following everything that happened in Louisiana, in Minnesota, and even over in Dallas, of course. Right now we're coming through the intersection of East 5th Street and North Tryon here in Charlotte, and for those of you who don't live in this area, this is a very popular part of town, a lot of bars. This is where a lot of nightlife happens. So Friday night you would expect a lot of people to be out here, but again, that's not the case. If you're not aware, there's a curfew that has been put in place since yesterday. That's midnight, and that's ongoing. We don't know when that curfew will stop. It's going to happen when the state of emergency is over, which could be at any time. But since the curfew is at midnight and people have to be home by then, that's keeping everyone pretty much out of Uptown, right out of the city right now. A lot of bars have voluntarily shut down. They're not even expecting to have anyone out here throughout the evening. So we're at a spot right now where on any given Friday night, you normally would see thousands of people hanging out together. But right now, no one out here. It was a ghost town pretty much until the protests started happening. And one thing we need to keep touching base on is that this has been completely peaceful this evening, as yesterday was, for the most part, completely peaceful. Obviously, the first two nights of these protests, a lot of bad stuff happened. We saw some violence. We saw a lot of things being thrown, some fires even set. But last night, pretty much completely peaceful, and right now, everything looks the same. We are right at the front of this protest right now. Probably about at least a couple hundred people out here right now. Be interesting to see how this grows throughout the evening. Definitely grew throughout the evening yesterday, especially around maybe 10 o'clock. So right now we're sitting at 8:30 Eastern time. Still plenty of time left in the evening for this to grow. I want to talk about that curfew again. So if you guys were not aware, that curfew went into effect yesterday, as I was just saying, but a lot of protesters stayed past that curfew, and it wasn't necessarily enforced. I think we saw maybe 2 arrests of people who stayed past that curfew, but I think some other things played into that. Police were actually escorting protesters past midnight for several hours. They went until about 2:30 in the morning. So really, that curfew doesn't really seem like it's going to be fully enforced. Maybe if things get out of hand, then that's a way that they will try to use it. But a lot of protesters last night telling us, hey, even if they were enforcing it heavily, they planned on getting arrested if that was what was going to have to happen. They were fully prepared for that to happen. Oh, sorry.
Say what?
How you doing? Good to see you too.
How are you?
Oh, doing well. Hey, Lauren. Lauren, we're going to do a quick little interview if we can walk. We'll just get a quick little shot, and then you can go back to the crowd, because I know it's hard for you to walk and keep tight on us. But I am here front and center. Ma'am, if you could tell everyone your first and last name and who you're with.
Bonnie Chavda, pastor of All Nations Church. We're out here with a whole bunch of our friends and family tonight for healing in our city. We're here to listen. We're here to dialogue. We're here to pray.
And I know yesterday afternoon you guys were out doing the same thing. You were holding a press conference where a number of different religious leaders from the town came, said their prayers for Charlotte. What have you noticed as these days have gone on? What do you notice with the crowd here tonight compared to nights past?
You can feel the anguish in the hearts of the people who are being affected, but you can also feel an undercurrent of just the emotions that are catching up things. And our prayer, our presence is for a calming impact on our city. This is our city. It belongs to all of us. We're one family. You cut any of us open, you shoot any of us, we all bleed the same color. So we're here for seeking the peace of our city, because in the peace of our city we all prosper. So these guys hurt, we're here to listen, we're here to pray, we're here to heal.
And one more thing I want to talk to you about. Everyone keeps talking about that body camera, dash camera footage. We've had local leaders calling for it to be released. Now we have Hillary Clinton calling for it to be released. Is that one of the biggest messages here tonight? Is that the next step for you guys?
You know, I think that when you're in position of leadership in the midst of a crisis, the biggest challenge is to be able to call the shots as they need to be called. And there may be some mistakes that, you know, in the decision-making process, we may have waited too long. But at the same time, we don't want our children and the lives of these folks to be put in further danger. We don't want our city to be damaged further, because hurt doesn't heal hurt.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thoughts on the curfew? We're going to be out here past.
Yeah, she was asking if you'll be out here past curfew.
We're just out here for the endurance, so we'll wait and see. We're here to try. We've been talking to folks, praying with people, listening to their pain, and letting them know that people are listening. We don't need violence for the resolution here.
Thank you very much, Pastor.
You're really welcome. God bless you guys.
You too. If we could. Never mind. If we could get his shirt. I want you guys on Facebook to see this shirt that says "Stop the Violence." This is worn by a gentleman who's with a group of a handful of people across the Queen City. They go into schools, they talk to kids about how they can better their communities, what they can do to stop spreading violence throughout Charlotte. They do it all out of their own pocket. They don't have any sort of money really coming in. It's all on their own dime. It was started by one man named Will Adams, who lost his son to gun violence. But again, these guys are very active in the Charlotte community, and of course here they are tonight. And if you're just joining us on Facebook with Fox 46 Charlotte, we just heard those chants for several minutes of Release the Tapes. For those who were not with us a little while ago, again, this Charlotte community calling for the release of body camera and dash cam footage from that shooting of Keith Scott. Mr. Scott's family had the opportunity to see some of that video yesterday with their attorneys, and they say they have more questions than answers following that. They believe the shooting was unjustified. That's one of the reasons a lot of people are out here this evening. Different local leaders here in Charlotte calling for the release of the tapes, saying that it would be transparent and create an open dialogue between the police and the community. Even Hillary Clinton calling for the release of these tapes now. Still waiting to see on what CMPD will say, but as of right now, there has not been any indication of a release on these tapes.
Shut it down, shut it down!
Right here we have one protester holding up a book. Of course, Mr. Scott's family was saying that he was just holding a book when he was shot by that police officer. Police officers say he was holding a gun. They say that they actually recovered the gun. Family still holding to their beliefs that he had a book in his hand as he was waiting to pick one of his children up from school. Protests has come to a halt right now outside of a Google Fiber offices here in Charlotte. Again, the main theme tonight appears to be release the tapes. There's a banner right here in the front.
Can you fix that? That's like...
Here we go. I need everybody. stay behind the banner at this time. Please stay behind the banner. Give us a chance. Let's get it.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, you guys, Mary Kate here. It looks like that feed is freezing up. Let me switch it out for you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any white paper on you? White paper?
All right, you guys, sorry about that. Looks like that feed is freezing up as well. Again, we're trying to get you guys the latest feed right now of what's happening in Charlotte, North Carolina, where this is the fourth night of protests there after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. What they're asking for is they want police to release the video to show whether or not he was holding a gun. Police say he was holding a gun and that he posed a threat. His family says he was just holding a book. So now they're protesting, asking the police to release the video. Looks like the feed is a little frozen right now, so let me try and find something for you guys in the meantime. Oh, we got the feedback. Let me bring it back out for you guys.
Yeah, I still don't have your mic turned on.
Especially if we don't have a hit yet. I'm going to save all the battery I can.
Saving battery.
unless you're a man. So.
That doesn't help the cause. That doesn't help the cause. No, it's not because I just want you to know what you're right. Oh, it's close because you never were. Okay, when we first came to because I'm thinking about alternate ways to go to hell. I've already thought about that. You're Charlotte too. But I know what. I know. We don't get no peace. No peace. I don't want to have no peace. No peace. Protesting is good for the health.
So much data
and spiritual.
How in the world are you wearing a jacket? It is so hot out here. I'm from Michigan. I'm from Chicago.
Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the fourth night of protests here in Charlotte, North Carolina. They really want police to release that video because they don't believe that the man who was shot was holding a gun. Police say, no, we don't want to release the video. We want to continue to investigate this first. Again, 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. He was African American, and the officer who shot him was also African American, and he has been put on paid administrative leave. And I am reading your comments right now on the stream. We appreciate you guys watching with us on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to switch the feed for you guys to something that has a little bit better lighting. Dale asked, will the protest get violent? We're hoping not. This is definitely a lot more peaceful than Wednesday night's protest, where a man was actually shot and killed there by another civilian on the streets. So this looks peaceful. Last night, again, if you guys were watching with us, it was pretty peaceful. I mean, they are yelling, but they're just walking. So hopefully tonight stays peaceful. Someone commented, last night was peaceful too. Yeah, it was. Last night was not bad. If you guys were watching with us, it dispersed pretty soon after that curfew. I don't know if you guys were watching the countdown we had. There was a midnight curfew that the mayor set in last night because of the night before the man got shot and killed there at the protest. So they want to keep this safe. She called in the National Guard and Highway State Patrol. Let me look some information up for you guys. Sorry for that feedback, everyone. Just want to read you the latest information. So this, again, like I said, is the fourth night of the protests. Dozens of armed National Guards have been on the streets of Charlotte, North Carolina. The family of the victim, Keith Lamont Scott, continued. Sorry about that, guys. I want to say the family of the shooting victim, Keith Lamont Scott, continued to urge police to release their own recordings of the shooting.
But Valley Man is willing to part with his one-of-a-kind Donald Trump license.
So the family wanted police to release their recordings of the shooting. When the officer shot Keith Lamont Scott,
I'll see you Monday.
who, by the way, is 43 years old and a father of 7,
Okay, it'll be fun.
the moment when he shot cannot be seen in that 2-minute video, which was recorded actually by his wife, who can be heard on the video urging officers not to fire. Okay, so this is interesting. Because, okay, so let me read through this article just a little bit to give you guys the correct information. The family of the man who was shot 4 days ago in Charlotte, North Carolina, released their own video. And now they're urging police to release theirs because in the video that they released, you can't really see what happens when he's shot and killed. So they're unable to tell if Keith Lamont Scott was in fact holding a gun or a book like their family says. So they want the police to release their own video. So that's what's happening tonight. They're protesting, they're yelling, release the video. So his wife actually shot a video . Took a video of her husband being shot, but you can't tell in the video. But she's urging officers not to fire. Bear with me here, guys, while I'm reading this information. In the video, you can hear her yelling, "Don't shoot him, he has no weapon." And then you can hear the officers yelling at Keith Lamont Scott saying, "Drop the gun." Several gunshots can be heard in the video, which was released to U.S. media, followed by her screaming, "Did you shoot him? He better not be dead." The video was filmed from a nearby curb as this whole event unfolded. So now family and protesters are urging police to release their own video because obviously the video that was taken by his wife, you aren't able to see what really happened. You can just hear what happened, but you aren't able to see in that video what happened right before he was shot. So they want police to release their video. Let me turn the sound up and see if you guys can hear anything. I actually might change feeds here. There's something that looks a little bit more interesting on this other feed here. Let me switch over.
We shut shit down! Who shut shit down? We shut shit down! Who shut shit down? We shut shit down! We shut shit down! We shut shit down! We shut shit down! No problem. We shut shit down! 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 I did too. You can go.
The carrier's coming through. Hell. We won't go.
just across hit the freeway. We ain't supposed to hit the freeway. Oh, that's what y'all want. If we don't get no justice, we don't get no peace. Whole street, our street. 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 277 is our street. 277 is our street. 277 is our street. 277 is our
277 is out. 277 is out. 277 is out.
Who street? Our street. 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 Our street. Who street? 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 Our street. Who street?
Let's go!
The government to hear our voice. We the people, we still have a voice. Let's go! We still have a voice.
Peace amongst us!
No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace! No justice! No peace!
It's all self, baby.
No peace! No justice! 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 No peace!
This looks beautiful.
What do we want? What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now! What do we want? Justice! What do we want? Now!
What do we want?
Justice! Matter! Black lives 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 matter! We got China now.
Take the exit. Keep chanting. Keep chanting. Keep chanting. Take the exit. Take the exit. Take the exit. Take the exit. Keep chanting.
Our street! Our street! Our street! Our street! Whose street? Our street! Whose street? Whose street? Our street! Whose street? Our street! Who's our way?
If you want to stay on the highway, stay, but everybody else take 2B. They are not going to tell us how to walk around in our city. This is our city. So those of you that want to keep watching, keep watching.
This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Tell me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Well, you guys, as you can see, protesters still out tonight, 4th night in a row there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Hopefully tonight everyone can stay safe. As you guys know, Wednesday, one protester there was shot and killed by another civilian there. Looks like, actually I'm not really sure what we're seeing in this video here. The camera looks like it might have been set down. Let me change the feeds here real quick. I'll put in double boxes actually, just so we can see what's happening from both angles.
gotta get off the interstate. Come on. Let's go.
I'm trying to make it back to the crib, man. I hear you. They are.
Whatever y'all saying, I appreciate it, but yeah, I'm just trying to show y'all the motherfucking media. Relax, man, motherfucker.
They gotta hear me too.
Black Lives Matter! 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 The people united! The people united! The people united! Will never be defeated! 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 The people defeated. The people, let it, will never be defeated.
You talk to Charlotte police and they said this.
Let it, will never be defeated.
I see it a lot of police.
United, will never be defeated. United, and they said will never be defeated. United, we strong. We strong. We marching all night long. I said we young. We strong. We strong. We marching all night long. I said we young. We strong. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We strong. We marching all night long. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We marching all night long. We young. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. Say what? We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. Hell yeah! We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. We marching all night long. We young. We strong. Marching all night long. We young. We strong. Marching all night long.
We got something we're going to do right now. This is a tradition and a movement right now you're getting ready to hear, okay? It's a call and response, so we need everybody to do this, and then we're going to keep marching. And we're going to tell the folks that didn't go up what happens when the people are united, all right? So listen up.
My people are so beautiful. Y'all are so beautiful. All right, this is enough that I actually wrote to the movement. So I want you to repeat after me, okay?
Yes.
It's a commitment to each other that we got each other's back. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
It's loud for Keith. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our change.
We have nothing to lose but our change.
One more time. It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to fight for our freedom.
It is our duty to win.
It is our duty to win.
We must love and support each other.
We must love and support each other.
We have nothing to lose but our change.
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 We have nothing to lose but our
streets! Our streets!
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you all. Love the peace. Keep the peace going.
You white family?
We ready. We coming. 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 We coming. We ready. We coming. We ready. We coming. We ready. We ready. We coming. We coming. We ready. We ready. We coming. We ready. We ready. We coming. 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 We coming. We ready. We
hope I'm coming home
the MRAD back there looks like?
I thought he was about to fall.
Make sure, everybody stays in line and stuff. And, this might I see a lot of comments from our yesterday's podcast.
Oh, that's the that's
Watch out, we got a whip.
Media, watch out!
You can talk.
They're asking for white allies to join right now. So we're here.
If you lock it in a paper bag, stop crying to white people. All the way down to
Watch the curb.
The tapes!
I'm a black person, black lives matter, and I can't keep
Shut it down!
What we gonna do?
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 Shut it down!
We go up to the park, no justice!
No justice!
No peace! No justice!
No peace!
She had your voice. No justice! No justice! No peace! 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 What do we want? Justice! I can't hear you. What do we want? Justice! 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 When do we want it? Now! When? Now! I can't hear you. You ain't loud enough. When? Now! 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 No justice! Now! Now! No justice! Now! No peace! No justice! 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 No peace!
Hand down. We'll keep moving. No,
No problem. Anybody need more? I think. Hey, bro, let me get some of that.
Waters. You know, Waters. Haters gonna hate. Waters. There's your peace, and we are glad about it. Make sure you all vote.
Really?
You can't really be effective in
No
saying.
way.
If you don't vote, circles that way.
So what?
Look how beautiful our city is. It's all about your perspective.
It's been a beautiful night. We ain't even done yet. We ain't even done. Don't mess it up too early.
You gotta celebrate for a minute. You're getting loose. You gotta celebrate for a minute. You gotta do a right celebration. Come on now. Something back that you got. You know, loose. I'm from North Carolina. I'm from now. I'm on the Let me get some space in here, okay? Y'all gonna repeat after me, all right? We did this earlier. You got it.
Here we go.
Say I believe. I believe. I believe that. I believe that. I believe that we. I believe that we. I believe that we will. I believe that we will. I believe that we will win. 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 That we will win.
Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the fourth night of protests there in Charlotte, North Carolina. A lot more peaceful than, I would say, Wednesday nights was, where they were throwing fireworks and rocks at police, and police were throwing tear gas. Wednesday night, storefronts were broken into, windows were smashed, so this is definitely a lot more peaceful than Wednesday night. They're yelling mottos like no justice, no peace, Black Lives Matter, release the video. And again, when they're saying release the video, they mean they want the police to release the body cam video so that they can know exactly what happened to Keith Lamont Scott, 43 years old, African-American man who was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. His wife was there. She actually took a video with her phone, but you can't tell in the video what happens to him during the shooting. Maybe she was shooting it too far away or something. Anyway, she couldn't see, so now she's asking the police to release their video. And that's why they keep chanting, release the video, because his family, he's a father of 7, believes that he was just holding a book, where police say no, he was holding a gun, he posed a threat, they said they found a gun at the scene, and they don't want to release the video right now because they want to continue their investigation of what really happened. Again, that officer was also African American. He has been put on paid administrative leave as protocol. Again, I'm also reading your comments right now. We appreciate you guys watching with us.
That we can mention tonight. There are many lives that have been lost. It is not about just one life. One life. It ain't even. tell you what it's not about either. It ain't about no windows and breaking in on this stuff. It ain't about separating protesters.
It's not.
Everybody out here has emotions.
Come on now.
Everybody out here shows it a different way.
Tell it, man.
We learn as we go, and we get stronger together. So if you have a stronger critique for somebody that's showing their emotions in a way that you wouldn't show it, that you have for the police that are killing black lives, we don't want to hear it. Because there are plenty of people out here tonight that's got somebody locked up that ain't supposed to be locked up. There's plenty of people out here that's hurt by the system that don't even need to be hurt by the system. And it doesn't matter. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to get off the daggone speaker box. It's time to keep walking. Y'all ain't come to sit in the park the whole night. Here we go. There is more to voting than just the president. Now, I ain't telling y'all what to do. We ain't gonna get no long conversation about it. But if you didn't know the sheriff was an elected officer, you need to educate yourself. If you didn't know the judges that hear these cases are elected positions, you need to educate yourself. If you didn't know the district attorney, if you didn't know that the DA has to get elected, you better ask somebody. The House of Representatives, elected. All of that stuff, I ain't gonna go through the long list. Google. That's what.
Mic check.
I just got something really quick to say. I appreciate the 2 minutes, man. I appreciate everybody getting hyped together. But I'm not there yet. I'm still pissed off. I'm still upset that you look like black women, people of color in the street. And I'm giving this shit. You're not going to lose. And I'm giving this shit more times than I can remember.
I like fucking them. Shut it down!
still on Monday, we'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be here. We'll be here. We're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. Thank you guys for the support of the people from the Falls. I've gotten so much support from people from so much support. We have to keep telling this story. We can't let the corrupt institution of our media tell their lies so that they can sell Tide and Downy and Pepsi and cars. It's not what this is about.
Again, I just want to go over that video that was posted today. The family released their own cell phone video of the killing of Keith Lamont Scott that happened on Tuesday in Charlotte, North Carolina, which was recorded by his wife. You can hear in the video she's saying, "Don't shoot him, he has no weapon." The first portions of the video are a bit shaky, but it appears to show a number of police officers are surrounding him at the vehicle. His wife yells, he doesn't have a gun, he has a TBI, which means traumatic brain injury. She then yells, he's not going to do anything to you guys, he just took his medicine. She goes on to say, Keith, don't let them break the windows. Come on out of the car. Keith, don't do it. Keith, get out of the car. The video shakes, and for a moment, a man in what looked like to be bright blue pants is seen near the surrounded vehicle, and then you hear gunshots as his wife says again, don't you do it. And then she yells, did you shoot him? He better not be dead. And then you can see two people kneel over the person with the blue pants, which apparently is Keith Lamont Scott, lying on the ground. But we can't confirm, because this is their video, so we can't confirm anything. But it is apparently supposed to be him in that video that's lying down. Police then said they said that the officer who shot Scott failed to heed commands to drop a gun. I'm sorry, let me reread that. It's kind of hard to read and then watch the stream at the same time. Police said an officer shot Scott on Tuesday after he failed to heed commands to drop a gun. So, correcting myself, police said that they shot Scott after he failed to drop his gun. And his family is saying he did not have a gun. The gun police say they recovered from the scene of Scott's shooting was loaded. Investigators recovered the fingerprints from the weapon, blood, and DNA that matched with Keith Lamont Scott's. The source says that the blood most likely got on the gun after the shooting. Again, this video is online right now. If you want to take a look at it, that's the video that his wife took right before he was shot. And what they're asking for now is for police to release their video, their body cam videos, so that they can confirm what really happened on this night in Charlotte, North Carolina. Apologize, I'm a little tongue-tied. I'm trying to read all this information and give you guys the correct information, and that's the latest I can give for you guys right now. I'm also watching all these feeds for you to bring you guys the most active video to see what's happening here in Charlotte. Again, I don't know if you guys were watching with us last night, but they were out there for 4 or 5 hours, I would say. They even issued a curfew last night at midnight. The mayor issued a curfew, and they still stayed out past that curfew, like not too long, about 30 minutes to an hour. We were watching this live together last night. About 30 minutes to an hour they stayed out past that curfew. So I'm not sure if they're going to issue another curfew tonight or if that curfew is still going on, that midnight curfew. I just saw someone commented, can you show the aerial cam? We don't have an aerial cam right now. We probably will soon. Right now, we just have video of the ground. Again, we also do apologize for any profanity that you might hear. This is live video. Lots of media out there. And I also want to mention that media that was out there on Wednesday night, which was the really violent night, their eyes were tear gassed along with the protesters because they were on the ground there. So, you know, there was tear gas being thrown Wednesday night. One man was actually shot and killed by another civilian there. He was taken to the hospital immediately. He was put on life support, but they did confirm the next day he was killed. That's why the mayor has taken action. She put in a curfew last night, called in the National Guard, called in the Highway State Patrol just to help the police. So I don't know if they're going to call even more police officers in from other states. But right now, this looks peaceful compared to the last couple nights. They're just marching right now and chanting phrases like Black Lives Matter, show us the video, whose streets, our streets. There's a few of them, but just wanted to give you guys the latest information. And again, if you guys want to see that video that his wife took of the shooting on Tuesday, you can just Google Charlotte, North Carolina video. I can't show it right now because it's pretty graphic. Not really sure that I can show that video, but if you want, you can Google it and watch it, and then maybe you'll get a better understanding of what's going on here tonight. Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us. This is the Fox News Now stream. I'm also reading your comments as they come in. I'll turn the sound back up here now and see if we can hear anything new.
Release the tapes! Release the tapes! Hey, y'all, behind the banner! Behind the banner! Release the tapes! 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 Release the tape! 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 Release the tape!
See, you can hear them yelling, release the tapes, and then you can see this banner that they're holding is release the tapes. They want police to release their body cam video of what happened on Tuesday during the shooting of Keith Lamont Scott.
Hold up! Hold up!
We got separated, half on the other side. We gotta stay together. We gotta stay together.
Born and raised in South North Carolina. What's up? I don't know why we stopped. Let go!
Police station, I think it's
All right. We good now. You ready? Let's go. Marcus. We want you to out. Yes, we do. All right, the train going. We good. Oh, we good. Let's go. Let's go.
guys.
All right, here we go. Here we go.
Let's go, media. Y'all have a move.
Black Lives Matter.
All lives matter.
Black Lives Matter.
All lives matter with Black Lives
Black Lives Matter.
Walking backwards.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. Black Lives Matter. All lives matter. Black Lives Matter. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. No peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. Black Lives Matter.
All lives matter.
Black Lives Matter. All lives matter.
If you're wondering why some people have bandanas or shirts tied around their faces, some of them might not just want to be seen by the media, but others do that because of the tear gas that can get thrown at these protests if they get out of hand. Now, there hasn't been any tear gas thrown since Wednesday, but that is why a lot of times they have bandanas or shirts tied around their faces just to protect themselves or to hide their faces from the media. Either one, just in case you were wondering.
Why y'all running? It's America. We got all this. We got town. There's a lot of people back. Listen, let me tell you why we keep stopping y'all. When it's gaps, when we make real big gaps, the police can come in and break up the whole crew. Okay? So we try. I mean, when we stopping y'all, it ain't because we're trying to stop the movement. We're trying to move. We're trying to be smart now. Don't let them slip or separate us now. Where we going?
Hey, I'm a visual myself.
Yo, we got to get this. Look, what are we doing here? What we want them to do? We want to do what? Release! Hey, get behind the banner! Behind the banner! Please! Behind the banner, please! Please! Get behind the banner! Behind the banner, please! They all got to be on board. They're walking at different speeds. This is the pace. Here we go left. Here we go left. Here we go left. Down the street. Hey, we
down. Slow it down, man.
Who run the streets? We run the streets. 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 Who run the streets?
Who run the streets? Let me back up. That's angry mouth. Everybody need water.
Again, if you guys have seen the video that was released by his wife, let me know what you guys think about that. What do you think about the video? And do you think that the police video would be much different? What do you guys think? Let me know in the comment section.
We're right here by the Hyatt,
Again, not totally sure what the plan is tonight for these protests. They just seem like they're marching through the streets of Charlotte, North Carolina right now. If you're just joining us, this is the fourth night of protests after 43-year-old Keith Lamont Scott was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. The first night of protests were pretty peaceful, but the second night on Wednesday was probably the most violent night. One protester was actually shot and killed by another civilian there. And since that happened, the mayor has issued a curfew. We're not sure if the same curfew is issued tonight, but last night they issued a midnight curfew, and they did disperse about after an hour after that curfew. But again, not sure how this is going to unravel tonight, but we will see what happens. You're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
Release the tapes. Release the tapes. Release the tapes. Do the right thing. We want justice and transparency. No justice, no peace. Just want transparency. Most important. Release the tapes. Release those tapes. Release those tapes. Release those tapes.
Justice!
here, y'all. Right here. Right here. Doing good. Doing good. Our
Trying to.
Hands up, don't shoot! 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 Hands up, don't shoot!
Wanted to read a tweet to you guys from the city of Charlotte. They tweeted about 4 hours ago that the curfew remains in effect midnight through 6 a.m. And they have a link that describes their curfew facts. So it looks like there could be another curfew tonight at midnight. If you guys were watching with us last night, we put up a countdown clock because they only had about 30 minutes left to stay out there, and they kept marching. They stayed for another hour past curfew. Police did not intervene, though. They let them continue their march for one more hour. Let me read you guys. Let's see what the rules are for this curfew. So okay, a lot of good information here. Why were the protesters allowed past curfew last night? The answer is law enforcement remains focused on protecting people and property, and their goal is to encourage safe and reasonable behavior. People who are confronted by law enforcement are initially given a warning. If they continue violating the curfew after receiving the warning, then they are issued a citation. If they continue to violate that curfew, then they will be arrested as a third step. So, warning, citation, and then arrest. So they do try to make it easy for these people to go home. It's not like, oh, midnight hits, curfew hits, and everyone starts to get arrested, which we were kind of thinking would happen last night. We weren't sure what was going to happen. If you guys were watching with us last night on the Fox News Now stream. But again, that midnight curfew is enforced again tonight, and what happens after midnight is they first get a warning. If they still disobey it, then they get a citation, and then if they still disobey it, then they are arrested. So they're really just trying to keep the crowds safe. Let me go through a couple more facts here for you guys. Are the neighboring towns subject to the curfew? The curfew only applies within the corporate limits of the city of Charlotte. How does the curfew impact visitors? The curfew applies to visitors as well as citizens of Charlotte unless they fall under one of the exemptions. How does the curfew impact the homeless? The homeless are exempt from this. Are media outlets exempt from the curfew? Yes. All media are an exception. So again, those are just a few of the rules I wanted to read to you guys. Kind of interesting. I mean, I didn't know all the facts about what happens when there is a curfew issued in your town, but tonight, if they stay out past midnight and they get warned 3 times to go home, they could be arrested. Thanks guys for watching the Fox News Now stream. I'm reading your comments. We appreciate you guys watching. And if you're enjoying these live events that we stream all across the US, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. That way you can see these videos in your feed every day. Earlier we were streaming out of Texas. We just stream live video from all over the US.
Okay, all right.
Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is the 4th night of protests here in Charlotte, North Carolina, after a man was shot and killed by police on Tuesday. His name was Keith Lamont Scott, 43 years old, father of 7 kids. His wife says he didn't have a gun, that he had a mental disability. She released her video of what happened. Now they're asking the police to release their video so that they can better see what really happened on Tuesday there in Charlotte, North Carolina. On top of this, another man was shot by police in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was shot and killed by police. So this is all the protests that you're seeing there outside at Charlotte, North Carolina. This I would call peaceful compared to Wednesday night. I'm not sure if you guys were watching with us, but bottle rockets were being thrown, fireworks were being thrown, rocks were being thrown, windows were being broken into, cars were being smashed. One man there was actually shot and killed by another civilian. So they're trying to keep it peaceful tonight. The mayor has issued a midnight curfew. She also issued a midnight curfew last night. First they get a warning, then they get a citation, and then they're arrested. So they have a few chances to go home once it hits midnight. If they disobey, they could get arrested. Again, we appreciate you guys watching with us on the Fox News Now stream.
Hey! every single person in these streets has been evident. Y'all don't have to respect me because I got a megaphone in my hand. There are no leaders in this movement. Everybody standing here is a leader.
Everybody. Everybody.
And you all
Everybody. Everybody. Everybody.
So listen, they want us to get violent, but we're not getting violent. They want us to get violent. They not get around like something bad is about to happen.
We're not gonna get what they want.
Just look at the people that come together. Release
the tapes.
Release
the tapes.
Release
the tapes.
Release
the tapes.
Release the tapes. Alright, so we're not gonna have a whole lot of announcements and sing songs. There are groups here that can tell you exactly why they're here. What we want you to know is that we are not stopping today. We want folks to come back tomorrow. We want 10 times more people tomorrow. We want people here in Charlotte for the long haul.
Right here, right here.
Because being in the streets for 4 days is not going to stop 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 years of injustice.
It's not. It's not.
Now, tomorrow there's going to be trainings. There's going to be speak outs. I know a lot of people wanted the mic tonight. There's going to be plenty of time tomorrow. Marshall Park. What time are we going to Marshall Park? 1 o'clock. Some people say they're coming at 12. Come at 12.
6 in the morning.
6 in the morning. Listen up.
Here we go. Listen up. Mic check.
Hey, listen. There's plenty more city to go and there's plenty more things to do. Be safe out here, but I want you to listen up.
Listen up, guys. The epicenter in Charlotte is one of the most racist places. How many black-owned businesses are in the uptown Charlotte?
They always get shut down. Only two. It's only two. Only two. Sports 1 and 12. Two.
This is about equality.
Two.
This is about our leaders, our church leaders that's not out here that take your dollar.
Yeah.
This is about our Muslim leaders that some are out here that take your dollar. And excuse me, some church members are out here. Right. But I'm out here for all of the young black brothers and all of the young black sisters and the people that joined us. I was out there Wednesday night on the bridge. I was out there Thursday night. And I'm out here tonight. And I will be out here until not another breath is in my body to fight for y'all, to fight for justice, to fight for what's right, to fight for leadership.
Right.
We know we talked a lot about black men getting killed in the streets.
But sister, don't look around. Thank you, sister. Hey, fellas, give them a clap. Hey, fellas, give it up to that lady.
We got Ferguson in the building. Ferguson, where y'all at?
We got Ferguson in the building.
One mother right here. There's mothers of the movement all around us. Mothers of the movement all around us. We got one mother right here that has something very important to say. We want to give the sisters time on the mic. It's not about one person. It's not about one gender. It's about all of us working together.
Greetings from Missouri. I came today because Ferguson is everywhere. I didn't come to lead anything. I just came to let you all know that you are not alone. There are many faith leaders out here. You see them with their yellow ribbons on. Faith leaders, one, Jewish, Muslim, Christian, no peace.
Yes,
Be
mama.
safe.
Yes, mama.
Be safe. We want you to get home alive. Don't walk alone. Be disciplined. Stay together.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Make sure someone always knows where you are. Don't break the line. Follow whoever is leading the group. I know it's multi-leaders like we did in Ferguson, but we have to stay together to be effective. This is everybody's fight. Young, old, black, white, all of us together. And so we just want to encourage you. Stay strong. No justice, no peace.
Hey, listen. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. All right, here we go. Now, coming up on the last little round, be careful. Be careful when we leave this area. They are waiting. They are expecting something negative. We have proved them wrong all day today. We have proved them wrong all week this week. We have not gone home. We have gotten larger. We have gotten stronger. We have gotten more united. Because the people united. We never see the freedom.
Mic check. Mic check.
Hey, mic check. Mic check. Mic check.
Mic check.
Can y'all hear me? I'm Ebo. I'm from Ferguson. Front line. Thank you, Ferguson.
Thank you, Ferguson. Thank you, Ferguson.
I want to tell y'all this. I just know. I don't know what y'all plans is tonight, but I just know that y'all ain't walked all around this town and asked them to release these tapes to go right back home. Y'all need to sit in until they give y'all what y'all asking for. You cannot keep on asking and then going home and expecting them to think that y'all for real. Y'all gotta be for real. We gotta keep on going. And you can't, and the thing is that, we can keep on running every time that they pull up, but stand your ground. What is we moving for? Stand your ground. They killing us every day. It don't matter what you say to them, they still gonna kill us at the end of the day. We gotta stand up. And the only way we gonna be able to stand up is we start standing on our word. Standing on your word means if you got a cap out here until they release them tapes, do that. Do that. What else is we doing? We can go to the club and stay in the club and
Hey, look, do not go alone. Be safe tonight. You don't need a leader. You just need to be safe. You know why you're here. Remind people why you're here. You don't need a microphone. Remind people why you're here. Be safe. Be safe. Be safe. Release. Release. Release.
You good? This is night 4, baby.
Y'all be safe. Stay together. Be safe. Stay together.
if you guys are just joining us, this is the 4th night of protests there in Charlotte, North Carolina. Oop, looks like we lost the feed for a second. Hold on one moment, you guys. I'm going to switch it for you here. That's better. Looks like we lost the feed there for a second. Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah. And Arthel Neville. Yep. Should I get out in front of you?
I don't know, where are you coming up? It sounds like they're going to Harrigan. You got it. Coming at us next.
Ooh. Again, if you guys are just joining us and you can hear that reporter, he's about to go live soon. So he's there right now. He'll be able to give you guys the latest update of what's happening here tonight in Charlotte, North Carolina. So stay tuned. He's going to speak pretty soon.
Well, we're also in front of the police station now, and we're watching what really looks more like a celebration. with the crowd out here. And as Steve mentioned, no conflict with the police. You got a big crowd gathering, people chanting, dancing in the center there, and very little friction with the police. One of the things I've been making a point to do tonight is talk to people about the developments throughout the day, the release of the video. Did that change any opinions? And it really cemented their opinions, a belief in this crowd that the police planted that weapon. They heard the wife saying that he doesn't have a gun. That's the part of the narrative they've chosen to believe. A lot of discussion, a lot of people showing me on video what was laying on the ground, the stripping off of something and depositing it there on the street, and the highlighting of what is there on the street. To me, it looks like a latex glove that was deposited on the ground. The insistence out here on the street is that is some kind of a plant from the police. You also have the other development early this morning that an arrest was made in the slaying of Justin Carr. As you know, he was the protester who was gunned down out here on the street. The narrative on the street is that he was hit by a rubber bullet from police and that caused his death. What the police say is that they arrested an individual by the name of Raquan Brown and charged him with that particular murder. They just don't accept that out here. The belief here on the street is that it was the rubber bullet that caused that death. Other than that, as we're watching the developments, a lot of marching, a lot of chanting, a little celebration going on here in front of the police department. Guys, back to you. You got it. For the bottom of the hour, huh?
No, you don't have to wait till then. If you find somebody and they're pretty good, they'll put them on now.
We define good.
Well, they just said they want to hear from protesters. What do they want? They want to hear from protesters. They want him to interview protesters. Yeah, okay.
All right, you guys, it looks like we actually do have some aerial views of Charlotte right now. If you guys want to take a look at what it looks like from high up above, let me, I'll put it in a box in the corner so you guys can have both views. Someone just commented, how long until curfew? Well, they have until midnight. And let me double check. It's 11:09 there right now in Charlotte. So they have another hour until the curfew is set in. Again, it's 11:09 there right now in Charlotte, North Carolina. They have one more hour until that curfew is set in, and then they have, how does it work? If they don't go home, they get a warning. If they still stay, then they get a citation. And if they still stay after that, then they get arrested. So the police give them a few chances to pack up and leave. And last night they did stay out for another hour past curfew, but hopefully tonight it stays safe and nobody gets hurt, because Wednesday night, I don't know if you guys were watching with us, but one man was shot and killed there by another civilian during these protests. So they really want to just keep it safe there in Charlotte for the members of the community and the people that are protesting, and of course the police officers as well. I appreciate you guys watching. This is the Fox News Now stream. We stream Monday through Friday, live events from all over the U.S.
What's your name? Indonesia? Mike, nice to meet you. How are you? Hey, Bobby. We've got an interview. We don't necessarily have a slot for it yet. I'll let Ruth talk to him and figure out.
I'm just going to turn down the sound there for a little bit while the reporter figures out when he can go live next. Again, that is Mike Tobin out there in the field. He's a Fox News international correspondent doing a great job out there in the field right now. He's been there for the past few days reporting what he's seeing in Charlotte, North Carolina. Again, his wife released the tape of her husband, Keith Lamont Scott, during that shooting that happened on Tuesday. And now they're asking the police officers to release their tape. Again, this is the fourth night of protests in Charlotte, North Carolina, after a man was shot and killed on Tuesday by police. Keith Lamont Scott was 43 years old, African American with 7 kids, who was shot by a police officer who was also African American. He has been put on paid administrative leave. Investigation is still going on about what exactly happened there on Tuesday. Police say that Keith Lamont Scott did have a gun on him. That's what police are saying. But his family is saying that he did not have a gun. So that's where we're at right now, and these are the protests happening for the fourth night in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Apparently there's been a mall shooting.
Again, you can kind of see in the aerial footage that doesn't look like there's that many people out, but on the ground it looks like there are a lot more people. want to give you guys an update. It's separate from this actual protest, but I wanted to just keep you guys in the loop. Just got a push alert, breaking news. 4 people were killed at a shooting in a mall in Burlington, Washington. Police are looking for at least one shooter. Again, doesn't have to do with this protest we're watching right now, but just wanted to give you guys an update of breaking news. 4 people were killed in a shooting at a mall in Washington. Again, nothing to do with this protest, but just wanted to keep you guys updated on what's happening in the world right now. Doesn't seem like there's much happening right now. Looks like people are just gathered around. They're chanting, no justice, no peace, Black Lives Matter, show us the tape, show us the video. And again, that's in regards to the police video of Keith Lamont Scott, who was shot and killed by police on Tuesday this week in Charlotte, North Carolina. And this is the 4th night of protests. And this isn't the only police shooting. There was actually another police shooting in Tulsa, Oklahoma, where a African-American man was shot and killed by police as well. So this could be a combined protest, you know, for that shooting in Tulsa and the shooting in Charlotte. But mostly tonight, they're really just asking for police to release that video. Police say they don't want to release the video right now because they're still investigating. We don't have any, I saw someone ask, are there any feeds in Washington? No feeds in Washington right now, but we might get one. Police are still looking for the shooter at a mall in Washington where 4 people were shot and killed. Again, that's separate from what we're watching right now, but I'm seeing that all over Twitter, and I'm getting lots of push alerts about that right now, so I just wanted to keep you guys updated that that's also happening in the news tonight. We might get a live feed, I'm not sure. I'll keep you guys updated. All right, we just saw someone trying to take a selfie. That was sort of strange. Again, a lot of people have actually had their cell phones out at this protest. A lot of people wanting to take videos and upload it to social media to show what what they believe in and what's important to them. As you can see, a lot of people are wearing bandanas and shirts over their faces, maybe to hide their faces from the media, and others maybe because they do not want to be affected by that tear gas that is often thrown when protests get out of hand. Just want to give you guys the latest of what I'm seeing on Twitter. Hillary Clinton tweeted earlier today that Charlotte should release police video of the Keith Lamont Scott shooting without delay. We must ensure justice and work to bridge divides. So Hillary Clinton tweeted that about 9 hours ago today. And earlier, the protesters briefly blocked the interstate there in Charlotte. Right now, it doesn't look like they are obviously on an interstate. They're outside of a building. Bear with me here while I read these tweets. I'm trying to give you guys the latest information. You guys, I did want to give you the latest information. There has been a shooting in Washington. As I told you, there was a shooting at a mall. 4 people have been shot and killed. The video you're seeing right now is protests in Charlotte, North Carolina. Nothing to do with what I'm saying right now, but there was a shooting in Washington. 4 people shot and killed at a mall. And we've been told that we're getting a chopper there. So we will be able to give you guys that feed soon as well. In Washington, where 4 people were shot and killed at a mall. So right now, we're just looking at the protests there in Charlotte, North Carolina still. But we will be able to give you a feed soon of the protests, or not the protests, a shooting in Washington. I'm going to look up the latest information on this shooting in Washington, because we're probably going to take that feed soon, as soon as the chopper goes up. Someone asked, are there any feeds from Atlanta? We did have some feeds from Atlanta earlier, but they decided to go back to Charlotte, where these protests have been going on for the 4th night after a man was shot and killed by police. But let me give you the latest information about this mall shooting. 4 people are dead following a shooting Friday night at a shopping mall about 65 miles north of Seattle, Washington. I'll give you guys more information when we take that feed, but for now we can stay on this protest in Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't want to confuse anyone and talk about the wrong story on a different video, but right now this is live protests on the ground, Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh, you guys, we got the feed. I'm going to take you there to Washington right now. So we're switching out. We're going to Washington. Again, you guys are looking at live aerials right now of Washington, where 4 people were shot and killed at a mall. The latest information I know is that the suspect is still at large. Police often ask the Fox choppers to keep an eye out for that suspect. All right, if you guys are just joining us, these are live aerials of Seattle, Washington right now, where 4 people were shot and killed at a mall there. They say the suspect is still on the loose. This happened today, just 65 miles north of Seattle. Bear with us, guys. It looks like we lost the feed for a second, but looks like it came back. Again, this was a shooting in Seattle, Washington. 4 people shot and killed at a mall. The mall is Cascade Mall in Burlington, Washington. I want to clarify. Burlington, Washington. So it's about 65 miles north of Seattle. So I want to clarify that. Burlington, Washington, Cascade Mall. A sergeant there says 4 confirmed dead. Shooter left the scene before police arrived. It's unknown how many shooters were involved, possibly just one. Police are there clearing the mall out now to make sure there's no one else in there with a weapon. The story is developing. Again, viewer discretion is advised. You're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. 4 people have been shot and killed in a Seattle area mall shooting. Suspect is still on the loose. Again, if you guys are just joining us, this is live aerials right now in Washington at Cascade Mall, which is in Burlington, just 65 miles north of Seattle. 4 people were shot and killed there at that mall, and police are still searching for the suspect. Again, we don't have any sound for you guys right now because this is up from the chopper. But you are watching live aerials of Washington right now where 4 people were shot and killed at a mall there in Burlington, which is 65 miles north of Seattle. 4 people shot and killed at that mall. It's called Cascade Mall. Suspect is still on the loose. Police are trying to find if there are any more shooters. They believe it's just one shooter. Again, they are there clearing out the mall. And you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream, live aerials of Washington. Again, we don't know much about the suspect at this point, other than the fact that he's still on the loose. He or she shot and killed 4 people tonight at a mall in Burlington, Washington. The mall is called Cascade Mall. Again, this is breaking news out of Washington. This happened at about 8:24 p.m. tonight. The sergeant there tweeted the active shooter's description, which is Hispanic male wearing gray, last seen walking towards I-5 from Cascade Mall, Burlington. So that is the latest tweet from the sergeant. Active shooter description is a Hispanic male wearing gray, last seen walking towards I-5 from Cascade Mall, Burlington. Again, we're not sure why this happened tonight, but 4 people have been shot and killed at a mall in Burlington, Washington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle. The suspect is still on the loose. The sergeant tweeted that the suspect is a Hispanic male wearing gray. Looks like we lost the feed there for just a little bit. I'm going to stay on this until we can get it back. Let's just wait a few minutes.
So, Obi, we're not sure. Before.
All right, you guys, it looks like we did lose the feed there for a few minutes. It's just a little glitchy right now, so we'll try and bring it back to you as soon as we can. Again, there was a shooting tonight at a Washington mall about 65 miles from Seattle. Oh, we got the feedback. Let me take you guys there right now. Again, there's not much sound right now because this is coming from the chopper, but I wanted to give you guys an update of what the sergeant there is tweeting. He just tweeted 6 minutes ago, "We're actively searching for suspect, tracking leads." Again, 4 people were shot and killed tonight at a mall in Washington. The area is being called Burlington. It's about 65 miles north of Seattle. The mall is called Cascade Mall. 4 people shot and killed there. The sergeant tweeted a description of the suspect. He's being called a Hispanic male wearing gray, last seen walking towards I-5 from Cascade Mall, Burlington. We're going to keep you guys updated as we watch this live on the Fox News Now stream. The survivors inside the mall will be transported via a bus to the His Place Church, corner of Peace Road and Burlington Boulevard. And if you're just joining us, this is live aerials right now of Washington. Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are live aerials in Washington right now, where a shooting happened at a mall there in Burlington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle. 4 people were shot and killed there tonight. Police say they are still looking for a suspect on the loose. His description is a Hispanic male wearing gray, last seen walking towards I-5 in Burlington. Again, that is the Cascade Mall in Burlington. Several police officers and emergency vehicles there outside the mall trying to secure the area. The survivors have been transported to a church. where their families and friends can pick them up.
Southeast corner just behind me, you can see a heavy police presence surrounding the entire mall. If we go this way, you will see the Macy's store. This is the men's store. An employee in that store had told me that the shooting happened in the women's store, which is on the other side of the mall. But in that store, in the men's side, they could actually hear customers running from the shooting into the men's store as they made their way outside of the mall. Now, all around me, behind me, if we can pan the camera around behind me, you can see all these people that were evacuated from outside the mall. We still don't know if they've totally cleared out the mall, but once again, there's a heavy police presence outside the Cascade Mall. Once again, we're on the southeast corner of the Cascade Mall. As you just mentioned, that shooter or shooters is still on the loose, the gunman on the loose. They are still looking for that person. Just a minute ago, we did see a couple of police cars barrel out of the parking lot of the Cascade Mall, so we don't know if they have an idea where that suspect may be, but at this time, heavy police presence. A lot of people still wondering what exactly happened, but as you mentioned, a shooter is on the loose. At least 4 people confirmed dead. We're still waiting to hear more if there's any more survivors. That's the latest from here. Reporting live from the Cascade Mall, I'm Ryan Yamamoto. Back to you. Thanks for rolling with that.
Good?
Yeah, that worked. Yeah, we're clear right now. Let's stay on just in case they need to take us again.
Get powered up. I mean, I don't know how much they can break into shows, so that's fine. Do you want to move somewhere else? Just manage?
Want to see if we want to talk to some folks here?
All right, you guys. Well, that was a reporter speaking there on the ground at the mall in Washington. We're going to keep giving you guys the latest updates. Again, 4 people shot and killed there at a mall in Washington. The area is being called Burlington. It's about 65 miles north of Seattle, and the mall is called Cascade Mall. The sergeant did tweet that the suspect is a Hispanic male wearing gray. Last seen walking towards I-5 from that mall. Again, that road that you see right next to the mall with the cars moving is I-5, and that's where the suspect was last seen walking, a Hispanic male wearing a gray shirt. The sergeant tweeted about 15 minutes ago that they are actively searching for that suspect who shot and killed 4 people tonight at that mall in Burlington, Washington. Now, Burlington is an area about 65 miles north of Seattle. The mall is called Cascade Mall. The survivors were transported on a bus to a church where they can safely get picked up by friends and family. Again, you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. We're going to give you the latest information as we get it. But again, these are live aerials of Burlington, Washington, after 4 people were shot and killed at a mall. Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are live aerials at a mall there in Burlington, Washington, where 4 people were shot and killed tonight. A gunman is still on the loose after he fatally shot 4 people tonight at that shopping mall in Washington. The area is called Burlington, Washington. It's about 65 miles north of Seattle. The sergeant is there. He's tweeting and giving us live updates. He did tweet the description of the suspect, who was last seen walking towards I-5, which is that road that you see right next to the mall. It's the highway there, I-5. He was last seen walking towards I-5, Hispanic male wearing a gray shirt. That is the description that we have right now of the suspect. Again, this happened just an hour ago there in Washington. 4 people have been shot and killed. The survivors have been taken on a bus to a church where they can safely be picked up by friends and family. See, there are dozens of police officers out there right now trying to secure the area and searching for that suspect that was last seen walking towards that highway that you can see just on the right there of the mall. This is being called Cascade Mall. It's in Burlington, Washington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle. Again, 4 people shot and killed there tonight. The survivors were taken on a bus to a church where they can safely be picked up. Again, you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. They are still searching for that suspect. Again, you can see all the police officers are there right now. They're trying to secure the area at the mall. The first thing that they have to do is make sure that it was only one shooter there, which they can say they're pretty sure it was only one shooter there. He's the suspect that they are saying is a Hispanic male wearing a gray shirt, last seen headed towards I-5, which is the highway right next to that mall there. Again, this is at Cascade Mall in Burlington, Washington, which is just 65 miles north of Seattle. Again, 4 people shot and killed tonight at that mall in Washington. The survivors were taken back on a bus to a church where they can safely be picked up. Again, if you can't really see what's going on right now, these are live aerials of Washington, a mall there in Burlington, Washington, which is just about 65 miles north of Seattle. 4 people were shot and killed there tonight. They're still looking for that suspect. The sergeant says that he was a Hispanic male wearing a gray shirt. I'm gonna keep searching for the latest information for you guys, but again, that suspect is still on the loose. At least 4 people have been killed at the mall tonight there in Washington. Again, you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. The sergeant says that it wasn't immediately known if there was more than one gunman involved, but for right now, they're just looking for that one suspect who was last seen walking towards Interstate 5, which is that road that you see right next to the mall there. Again, this is in Burlington, Washington, which is just 65 miles north of Seattle. At about 8:30, the mall had been evacuated and emergency medical personnel were cleared to enter and attend to any injuries. The Cascade Mall is an enclosed shopping mall there in Burlington, Washington. Features stores like JCPenney, TJ Maxx, Macy's, so your typical mall there in Washington. And tonight, 4 people were shot and killed there, and they are still looking for that suspect. The sergeant tweeted that it is a Hispanic male wearing a gray shirt, last seen walking towards Interstate 5. Looks like that chopper is trying to give us the best aerials that they can while police are searching for that suspect responsible for killing 4 people tonight at a mall in Burlington, Washington. Burlington is just about 65 miles north of Seattle. The mall is called Cascade Mall, just your typical mall with a movie theater, a TJ Maxx, typical, mall that you're used to seeing. But tonight, a man shot and killed 4 people there. The survivors were shipped on a bus back to a church where they can safely be picked up by friends and family. The suspect is being called a Hispanic male wearing gray, last seen walking towards Interstate 5. Again, if you guys are just joining us, 4 people were shot and killed tonight at a mall in Washington. It's at a Burlington mall. Now, Burlington is about 65 miles north of Seattle. Suspect is still on the loose. I want to bring up the photo. We do now have a photo of the suspect, so I'm going to bring up that photo for you. So what you see there in the upper right-hand corner of your screen is the confirmed suspect that they are looking for. The sergeant is calling him a Hispanic male, a black and gray shirt, last seen walking towards Interstate 5, right next to that mall there in Burlington, Washington. Again, in the upper right-hand corner is a picture of that suspect that they are still looking for right now. After a shooting in the mall in Burlington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle, 4 people have been shot and killed. Oh, guys, I want to read you an update from the sergeant. He just tweeted 6 minutes ago that buses are leaving now to take more survivors to a church to meet up with their families. Again, this picture that you see in the corner is a picture that the sergeant tweeted. He tweeted, "Here's the shooter. We believe just one shooter. Notify authorities if you see him. He is armed with a rifle." Again, that shooter shot and killed 4 people tonight at that mall in Burlington, Washington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle. And you're watching this live right now on the Fox News Now stream. Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are live aerials of Burlington, Washington right now, where a man shot and killed 4 people at a mall. That's in Burlington, which is about 65 miles north of Seattle. The mall is called the Cascade Mall, and right now police are searching for that suspect. You can see him in the picture in the right-hand corner of your screen. He was last seen walking towards Interstate 5.
Come out through press releases.
Can you give us an idea, if you live in the area, of the time frame of how long we can expect to see all taped off this much police presence?
Obviously, as time, with an active threat out there, you're probably going to be seeing a lot of police activity. If we get that threat neutralized, then we'll do our investigative work, and you'll probably see less and less of us.
We can see a blurry image or a blurry picture on the image on the shirt. Any idea what that image is on the shooter?
No, don't know.
Can you describe what the officers are doing inside right now?
Yeah, so originally I believe that EMS was going in. They still hadn't completed their entire exhaustive search of the mall. So they're finishing up that search as we speak, and then they'll go through and do their secondaries after that. Correct. Yeah, it's a crime scene.
Can you talk about how many agencies, how many officers might be here?
Don't know the number of officers, but numerous agencies everywhere from federal to local city agencies.
Was he targeting women specifically? It seems the majority of the victims were women, the 3 fatalities, and the 1 person in critical.
Again, no motive.
And again, did you say all of the victims were found in Macy's?
No, so 3 of the, correct. As to my knowledge, 4 of the victims were found in Macy's. I believe all 5 could have been found in Macy's, but originally I was told 4, so I assume all 5, but I haven't confirmed that yet.
When you say victims, you mean the fatalities or the injuries or both? Or?
Both. 5 injured total. 3 that were fatal. 1 that's probably going to be fatal, and then 1 that's non-life threatening.
Can you go over those numbers one more time?
Yep. So 5 total victims. 3 that are deceased here at Macy's. 1 that is at the hospital, male, who more than likely will pass away, and then a female with non-life-threatening injuries.
Thank you, Trooper.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nope, 4 females, 1 male. The male.
4 women, 1 man. The 1 man is in critical condition, likely to not make it, as said. And then 3 women shot and killed. Their bodies still inside the Macy's. At least 4 of the victims found inside the Macy's. Perhaps the 5th one was there as well. No idea what the image on that shirt that we're seeing the active shooter suspect wearing. There is still an ongoing search. They say they are positive that the image they have been showing us is, 1, the best image that they have available to them and it passed along to the public, and 2, they are positive that it is certainly the shooter described as a Hispanic male, and we've been broadcasting that description throughout. So we're going to get our bearings here and try to talk to some more people as they leave the scene here, but we know that this will be an active crime scene investigation for some time. Don't know the source of that confidence, but you are right to point out, Monique, that it is different to hear a law enforcement source not even mince words even a little bit, say we believe this is the shooter, or we think this is the shooter, this is likely the shooter. Did not mince words. He said, this is the shooter, this is who we are looking for. We don't know why that confidence, and perhaps I can go about trying to get some clarification on that. But obviously with the mall you have a lot of video, and perhaps the video made it quite clear who the shooter is. And again, this is the clearest image they have of the shooter.
Sorry about that, guys. It looks like we might have lost the feed. I will take you back to that feed as soon as we get it. But here's what we know. This is what they just said. They might be replaying it here in a second, so let me... Hold on. 5 victims total. 4 females and 1 male. 3 have died. 1 they're not sure yet, and another one who has non-life-threatening injuries. That's what we just heard. Looks like I got the feedback up. Let me take you there. Again, the police officers there are still securing the building there as protocol. This happened in the Macy's store in the Cascade Mall, which is in Burlington, Washington, about 65 miles north of Seattle. And as I told you, there's 5 victims total. 4 of them are females and 1 male. Now, out of those 5, 3 have been confirmed dead. 1, they say, has not been confirmed dead yet. And the other one, the other victim, has non-life-threatening injuries.
We were back at the station working on something, and then when the interview fell through, I was like, oh, this is a nice person at the station. And then,
Alright, you guys, well, that is, looks like they are just sitting on those cars there. So we are going to get out of this stream for now. But we stream every day, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., Monday through Friday. Again, follow us on Twitter at Fox10Phoenix for the latest information while police still search for that suspect. And we will be on the air on Monday. Thanks for watching.